It might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final crack came through, but man, this shot took the lead. I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those strikes. It was kill or nothing. Kill or doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for MMG to trade as they probably like it. God, never mind the double collect comes out. One up shot, beautiful play. Evan already at 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Right where Aura makes this. There's so little time left. I don't know if we're going to replay that, but I mean, it might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final crack came through, but man, this shot took the lead. I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. 5 seconds left. And Aura gets those tracks. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before it came before the fight. It was get that, but Aura wasn't there. Right now, the world with the blood here.
He does not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jets out mid, trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moida split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moida's going to get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moida flies to the gravity well, pulled him. Third one. Oh no, Moida with a runaway, as well as 3 the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Tell you who can. Their name is Poster. Spotted. Things could be here. Holding these shoulders. We play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating. Taker right now is a dance. Straight from the Rosie.
here, Pandas. Aim practice at this point. Second, edging through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandas realizes they both lost the sight. CJB for the one. Late storm. Juicy. Pandas for the one. Dismiss. Oh! That's beautiful. Greedy repeat, Eric.
But honestly, I don't think it matters.
Jets down mid, trying to make their way through the market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies to the gravity well, pulled him still. The third one. Oh no, Moeda would run away as well as three the other way from the Jet. On the other side, nobody can tame these duelists.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Trade, take the victory, and victory lap.
As they would probably like. God, never mind as a double galat comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of NMG. Nice planet.
Makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from the beam, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that plate but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
And the opposing opponent picking up from garage, good move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and they strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but get a quadra, and
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, but triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a
Gets
second
2.
one. That's a quad kill.
All right, everybody. How is it going? Welcome to this week's Pit of Valor. We are ready to go, and to our lovely, I think it's 50-odd viewers that are joining us so far. Thank you. It's an absolute pleasure. This is number 81. Week in, week out, we get her done. And I am joined by the fantastic Azula. Azula, how are you doing?
Hi, Strive. I am doing amazing. I am delighted to be on the board casting today with you. This is exciting Pit of Valor, and I am just overjoyed to be joined.
Likewise, it's a pleasure to have you, and of course, a pleasure to be joined by our fantastic peeps, like we said. So before we get into the nitty-gritty, for those that are Pit of Valor legends and connoisseurs, dare I say, you guys know how this entire thing works. We do best of ones right to the end. We're fighting it out for a $50 prize pot for the grand finale, and this is just map number 1 of this entire fiasco. So you guys, if you have 2 pairs of eyes, or 1 pair of eyes, which equals 2 eyes, and you can see down below, we're going to go off to the lovely land of Ascent. I mean, Azula, I've never played this map before. I'm completely new. Tell me what Ascent is.
Now, it's quite difficult because I likewise have never heard of the map, you know? So thinking about it, Ascent, very standard, typical map. It's almost, I'd say it's almost balanced 50-50 for attackers, defenders. Of course, you can argue either way. But now we're going to see a few changes possibly to the meta of how Ascent is played, because you don't really have that Astra commonly picked anymore. We might see possibly a Brimstone or Omen be brought in, but Ascent, it's a wild map. Not played too often, you know?
Not at all. I mean, never. Like one in 200 picks. I'm absolutely joking. No, but on the real, I'm looking forward to this. It's a nice, comfortable first map to get us into it. And like you said, Omen and Brimstone have definitely come back to the forefront, which is a great thing indeed. But before we get down to the nitty gritty of agent selection and everything else, I want to quickly remind everybody of a couple amazing things. For those that have participated in our Val and Chills series that happens every single Saturday, we've improved that time for a second week in a row now and moved it to 6 p.m. Eastern start time, which is great. And that's also a $50 prize spot. It's not streamed here, so you don't get to see beautiful faces on the desk, but it's a free to enter event. And if y'all are just hanging out on a Saturday with some of your friends and want to game out, please go ahead and do so. But as we get into the agent selection here, let's see what's on the agenda and what our teams have picked out. And so far, I think the Azula Good Vibes have at least predicted the Omen selection. Meanwhile, on the opposing end of the spectrum, let's see what they end up picking for smokes, if anything.
Well, we are getting trolled a little bit, possibly in agent select right now. But just looking at this, we're going to have Dark Matter start on the attack, and then also Electrics Esports start on the defense. So whether that shapes their choice just a little bit more, because you might want to have a comp built towards gaining as many early rounds as possible, or that could just be completely inaccurate. But let's look over towards Dark Matter's agent composition so far. We have that KO, which is a super strong initiator, replacing the Sky. And nowadays, since teams are opting for these double initiator compositions, of course, then the Omen, that's going to change how people play their post plants when they want to go into those. If they plant the spike, they might not have the ability to use the gravitational well to pull someone off the spike. Now they have to actively fight to take space drive.
Yeah, it's all about that. I mean, since good old Astra left, my heart was kind of broken, but low key, Astra was kind of a little bit frustrating to deal with. Being able to put down stars, and it's not like a KJ where you can shoot the nano swarm. It's there under you, and you're not going to get away from that troublesome scenario if you do so find yourself in that place. I'd say borderline Astra is maybe one of the better clutch characters if you're able to, or not able to, but if you're wise enough to conserve stars right till the end in a clutch position. But nonetheless, getting into this matchup, of course, Chamber has found a nice comfortable place in the game, and along with KO, we're seeing the more routine picks. And you said it yourself in the pregame, Ascent is one of those maps, at least historically in GLG times, has been very, very spicy, especially when it gets down to the later ends of the bracket. But off to the races we go. And I think it's a good opportunity for me to remind our viewers, this is Electric Esports versus Dark Matter, as you guys know, and this is an Electrics Esports selection. So let's see, after picks and bans, what their end game is, having picked a set for themselves.
Certainly. Now, when you initially attempt to attack in those pistol rounds, it's key and it's vital to collect that round, because it sets you in a better position, of course, on the attack. Having those kills mount up, more ultimates on board to aggress with. And well, it looks to be a reasonably quick attack as they go towards this mid site, trying to take as much space as possible. That recon dart on the attack side, not going to scan anything, but the defensive side, they're fighting for this space mid, and already shots are coming through. A kill taken down, and one more to follow it out, Strive.
Yeah, superb use to that fragment there. Kino comes around the bend. They're able to get the one in pizza, and now a bit of fire at their feet, but nothing too troubling there, as Eclipse is able to wipe up the likes of that jet. So in a very, like you said, orderly fashion, Dark Matter are now leading this siege in a 5 versus 2 scenario. In the post, the question is, what is Brimstone and KJ going to do? Being pinned in this tricky position to retake on site. 2 low HP members of Dark Matter is great, but still, going to be a lot of problems there. Eclipse says, most certainly not today. That's a clean 3-piece combination. Dark Matter effectively take round 1.
Quick round on the board already. Very aggressive starting it off. That Chamber, you don't play as slow as possibly a Cypher or a Killjoy, and that is how the meta goes from a much slower, methodical pace to just quick rounds. But of course, that's only the pistol, so you're going to see them buy up now, and that will change how they play. They want to go for solo kills because they don't want the defense to overwhelm them, and that's what the defense will want to do. They're going to want to stack up pile, make a ball and attack in one area, just trying to take down as many guns as possible.
And with the recon dart there, Eden going to go ahead and grab that orb, and off to safety we go here. The beauty for Dark Matter is they're going to go ahead and just continue working pacefully as they do have guns to their name. And now you can see yet again a bit of a rinse and repeat, this time not choosing to go from tiles, but rather advancing on through short and such. A drone comes in, I'm going to spot them out, but there's a lot of activity here towards tree room. Edan makes light work of the initial pick and going around for a second piece. Really good job. Kino comes around, and that is a very united take from Dark Matter, and they're just mowing it down here. Azula, light work. Now it's just down to the Lonesome Jet.
Trying to make those right clicks land, they're fighting for it, but the dashes are going up, down, left, right. Cloudburst to try to stay alive for a little bit longer, but no. It's gonna finally fall. Kino taking that kill. Dark Matter with a second round on the board. Quick was the game plan, and they are just running into sight. They got the spike down, and that's getting a lot of extra money, so even though Kino's saving for possibly an operator, now is able to buy a Vandal into their bonus round. Of course, on the other side, though, Electrics Esports, they are going to want to start getting some kills on the board. They've yet to really put a plant or their foot into the door yet for this map, but it's still so early, and it's now their buy round. They'll have the gun advantage and everything.
Yeah, this is, again, you know, rounds 1 and 2, we kind of shake it off, especially when that first round goes over to the side of whichever one of the two teams. But the all-important gun round here now for Electrics Esports, remember, this is their selection, so we'll see how Dark Matter also maneuvers here. They're on that, you know, maintenance round, dare I say, but having taken 2 very commanding rounds, their economy is looking pretty good as well. So nothing too concerning. End game here is to take guns away from Electrics Esports and ruin their economy as much as possible. And so far, it's not going to happen for Eclipse, as Brimstone is able to open up that pick on A main.
They close the door, but the shock dart lands and it gets the kill. Now the door is just easily broken and they can start to swarm onto the site, but they have to fight through target 10s, who's gonna send out that owl drone, gain the information without having to sacrifice a body, but the scan comes through and they're fighting for this spike plant. So much blood is dropped and Edmund trying to get the spike plant down, but time is running down and they're being swarmed.
Yeah, turret's going to be the intel gathering utility, and that's at the very moment I'm going to push admin away towards the middle of the site now. Precise coming around there. The paranoia is out and about, but Precise, immensely precise with that amazing phantom shot. He gets the better of Edmund, and the gun round and the end here, Azula reigns supreme. Electrics Esports is on the board. Now the question is, what is the Dark Matter retaliation going to look like? Their economy should be in a reasonable position. The question is, how are they going to utilize that, and if they want to counter buy? My sticky gut feeling says that they're not going to want to contest. I lied. Pretend I don't exist. They have so much money that without a doubt they can purchase. So maybe I should have waited for the tab press to come out, but really good for Dark Matter. Those first 2 rounds set a really good precedence for them.
It gave them a lot of hope towards how they're going to play, because when they were so convincing on their round wins, they took 2 flawless in the beginning of the map. Of course, now you're going to start to see a little bit bite back from Electrics Esports, since Joku is so close to the Seekers 1 away on the ultimate. But now they have equal gunfire, and they're going to try to work through this mid space, gather aggression. They don't have a Killjoy turret to hold a specific area, so they have to be very proactive with which space they take.
So far here, this is a major gun round for Dark Matter. I mean, they're going to have enough to probably buy into the next round, but we'll cross that path when it comes here. The Owl Drone going out from Eden, and there's a nice little fiesta here happening to market. Spotting the 1, Jet Agent is there, and they're going to go ahead and one more time, like they did on that initial round here. Azula look to contest the mid space, and they do a great job with Kino. Guiding Light Pop Flash comes out, but Kino is so sharp with that crosshair placement, connects on the second. And with that, it's Dark Matter in the driving seat, but not before Brimstone says a hard negative to Eclipse, and the collapse coming through. The rest of the team's got to make this happen, though.
Can't hold on to the site, and now the rest of the team trying to rotate over before the spike can go down, but they're at a disadvantage since this dark cover is blocking their vision. They do have some shock darts for the plant. They should hopefully do some chip damage, but that's not the case. And now the fragment to delay. A lot of how Dark Matter plays this is they get onto site and then they delay any defense rotation in. But that smoke dark cover faded too quickly, and Edmund was able to see the head of the Brim. Easy kill off the board.
Now it is target 10s against 3. A low HP Jet will help your case. Recon Dart goes up, but Edmund, who has just been, setting up camp near Market Door, has connected for a follow-up frag. So with that, the third round to Dark Matter. I'm going to go ahead and just make a quick comment and say I'm loving the aggression towards mid. They fought for that space in pistol round, and they're not really backing away from the joust. And Kino has done a great job at opening space on in this mid area, and I'm expecting much of the same moving forward. But this is again one of those rounds where Electric's esports are pretty much on a buy what you can type scenario and see if they can pull some cheeky eco round off here. But at the minimum right now for Dark Matter, they're feeling really good about themselves.
I agree with what you just said. Because they take that mid space, they were able to rush into B site. Now there's an alarm bot pressuring that, but that's not where they're aiming for. The incendiary going to delay Kino as they try to aggress clearing wine. Now they're spamming through the smoke. Shock darts too. This is pressuring the defense and stressing them out. So they're not as proactive in holding these close angles. Now the dash will come through. Kino already entering sight, but the buy is so weak that Uzio only has a little bit of a classic to hope to hold on to. Edmund just going to collect those 2 easy kills.
Yeah, this is a straight cold rinse cycle here. J9 was thinking about tossing it through the hole and kind of missed that, Marley. But yeah, this is kind of like a straight up, rinse and repeat cycle for Dark Matter. They're really good at gap closing. I love how Kino led the charge in, cloud burst, and dash right into sight. And now in a very tricky position on short, Edmund is just picking off heads. Light work for that Omen. And now it's down to a 4 versus 1. Pop flash here. Jet Asian would love a cheeky kill here with the shorty. Does he get it? Gets the 1, dashes to safety, but Edmund is good for the 4-piece combination. So this is just really, really good teamwork from Dark Matter. They're really aggressing as a squad, getting on site and just picking off fights one by one. Electric's esports has to do something different. It's got to happen soon here, Azula.
Electric's esports doesn't have the stopping power. They spread out their members so much on the map that even when there are 2 on site, they're not able to hold choke points. It's usually Killjoy and back Boathouse for B site and the utility trying to hold them off. But really, when you play against Dark Matter, who's so aggressive and good at clearing out these known utility locations, it's not another member. It's almost a weakness. And then because so much space has been given up, well, you don't know where Dark Matter could be at this point.
Yeah, now they're running a bit of a slower default, not contesting for much space out of the beginning. And if they do so, Azula, they're going to have to go back and get that spike, which is conveniently found a nice comfy place to sit around and spawn. And Eclipse is good for the 2-piece. Jet gets the 1, but this smoke in mid is causing a lot of confusion, and Dark Matter's in the driving seat. They also have 4 ults to boot here.
Might not need the ults because Enan is clearing up mid, and Kino, they don't even need the spike. Those clean headshots going to take them down. Another 5th round on the board for Dark Matter. It's looking to be a little bit of a fallout between the connection and the skills because Dark Matter so quick on the side executes. And I mentioned it already, they don't have the stopping force to diminish them. Dark Matter don't need their ultimates. They have members to just rush into sight. They're wicked steering into sight at this point. What do you have now? You have the defensive fighting for their life. The defense, they do have the orbital strike. They do have that lockdown and even the blade storm to help with the lower buy. But is it really going to help prevent the spike plant and help them prevent getting them onto site?
Great questions, and we'll see now in this case what's Electric's esports going to do to retaliate. Yet again, they're setting up for a nice A pinch. You see Uzi watching intently, going to drop a smoke down, and there's a huge fiasco via this X-ray coming off of short in a second here. Kino getting ready to go. There is the attempt, and gets shut down. Uzi, Kino gets the 1, and they're just sharpshooting at this point. KO coming around the bend for a follow-up kill, and once again, we're onto this A site more or less unscathed for the side of Dark Matter.
Continuing to clean up the site. Now they have a 4-on-3 or 4-on-2 advantage, but it's been cleaned up as Jet Asian on this flank position. They don't really have much to hold off besides a trademark or 2, but when your chamber has fallen, really it's just Raidbot Jet trying to clean up as much space as possible. But the Blade Storm, how much can they find as they peek around? No attacker is going to reveal their location until the Owl Drone pops up. But knives are whiffed, and Edmund will clean up Jet Asian.
Down to 1. Target 10s. The Clutch Maestro insufficient. Clutch factor established. So with that, Edmund cleans up a follow-up as well as Dark Matter. As we're getting deeper and deeper into this half, Azula, the question remains, what is Electric's esports going to do? Just as echoing some of the earlier comments, Dark Matter has done such a clean job of getting on site. I mean, you have to appreciate their overall, synergy. At the end of the day, bottom line on the attack end, doing something is great, but doing it together is just that much better. And Dark Matter has done, just that. They're really united, and it shows in the score line right now.
the communication between members when they're on site is also really high, because when Edmund was being attacked by those Bladestorm, it wasn't an instant turnaround, but the teammates were able to back them up and take them down. Of course, right now, Kino and K9 just cleaning up the kills. Not really much to fight against for the other team, but it's Raid Boss and the team working together. Kino for 3 and Edan to clean it up. Strive, that round was so fast, I couldn't even blink and catch it. What are we looking at right now? We're looking at Dark Matter not even needing to use ultimates. Those are game changers frequently. But again, while an ultimate was key for Electric's esports, that was the Bladestorm and getting a kill, you need to get more than just a kill. You have to find an answer to this unmovable, unstoppable force that runs you down every round. And Strive, do you think there could be any stopping force that we haven't really mentioned yet?
I don't really see much of it in the near forecast. I think the stopping force will show itself more in the face of the half switch. But then you ask yourself the question, is it too little too late once the half switch comes on? You've already got a 7-1 lead, and it's not comfortable to go down to the second half 11-1. And nothing you guys can say is going to convince me of that. You just don't have a lot of cushion to fall back on.
Too much cushion, and the Owl Drone going to clear out a little bit of space, but they haven't quite cleared out target 10, so he's going to send in those shock darts, attempting to get chip damage. Not going to happen though, and now the overloaded KO ultimate pop, they're going to clear out the one on site as they drop down into the head. It's so easy, so free to get onto site since no one else is there to back up the teammates.
Now, and you can see now the door is closing here. It is an entire gathering behind these smokes, and this overall situation is just a whole bunch of unfortunate if you think it from the side of Electric's esports. They're just unable to contest much of anything. Precise comes around, but you can see just how primed and ready Edan is for the trade. Uzi gets the response, and this is the first bit of light that I've seen. 3 versus 3, but of course the heavy contest on stairs is good. Target 10's out of the equation. Now 2v2 and a dream here. Kino gonna watch intently towards sidewalk, dashes in, trying to survive, but of course I love the support from KO, and that's a clean 4K. Really good trades all across the board. And, they were heavily committed on that one individual in sight, but got to count on the clutch KO to clean things up. Really good job.
4K, which ended the round. You didn't even think that was possible. The Jet was so low on HP after that incendiary went through. Kino couldn't hold off the angle, had fallen, and suddenly here are 2 quick flicks over that last headshot onto Jet Asian. Sealed the deal. Now, buy-ups to continue to mount since that loss bonus will support the defense for a little bit longer. But you can't continue to lose these rounds, and so this quick aggression from Dark Matter onto this B site, now backed up with 2 members on the site.
Big dash there towards the button. Gonna go ahead and contest. I love it. They're just right on site, clearing out logs, and it's like Electric's esports is just trying to debate, who do I shoot? What do I do? They're getting completely swarmed, and this is great. I mean, round number 10, again, 3 ultimates on the board. I lied. Target 10s and Precise, light work, getting 2 members of Dark Matter off the board. Edan knows there's one coming out of market. Clean work, admin on site, and just like that, you blink twice, you miss it. Back to a 2v1. Make that just a mono-e-mono, and unfortunate for Precise, can't look 2 ways at once. That Cloaked Omen capitalizes yet again to pick up another round.
There isn't much trigger discipline on the side of Electric esports, because when you saw them dash onto site, well, we knew that Jet Asian was going to be revealed since Kino had dashed right into them, but they didn't know about Joku. Whether that possibly could have amounted towards 2 kills, which would have put their team in a better position, or whether they were only able to find one and they took the better choice to trade out a teammate, which then ultimately they were traded out for. It's really a difficult thing because their positioning is just not where they need to be. Sometimes they're too close to the action. They don't have any space to fall back or regroup as an entire squadron. Other times it's only one member holding a proactive angle. If you want to do this, I think the solution should be them going aggressive instead. Even if they are on low pistols, that'll give them a little bit more confidence to take risks because, well, what do you have to lose? You don't have a Vandal to drop. No, if you go 5-man down a site, possibly grab an orb or 2, that's gonna turn out a little bit better for a save round.
I'm looking forward to seeing in this round, especially what, a nice, goofy eco round from Electric's esports really mix this entire fiasco up. Not only would it pull some free guns to their side, but it would set them up for the potential 3rd round. And what is the recipe for success here, Azula? Like, from a defensive perspective, sitting in the wings hasn't worked for them, right? Straight up. They're smoked out, they can't retake. But also sitting on site has been just mega unsuccessful. They just get completely swamped and collapsed. So, and you can just see how much utility is committed in these early rounds. The Hunter Fury goes out as well. And Dark Matter are basically using that as one big, bait fiasco as they're falling back to tiles now for another attempt at mid control as they usually have successfully completed.
Well, this Seeker is going to reveal where they're attempting to go. Now the Owl Drone will be heard by the defensive side, but no bodies are spotted. So their quiet attempt towards mid has really been halted, but Edmund is turning away that stopping block. They're taking down the kills easy together, continuing it up, going to get a second kill, but Jet Asian will trade out their fallen teammate. Now this Omen teleport the Shrouded Step, going to get them closer to site. And they're even going for this B take. When they have the man advantage, they could just rotate, but no, they're going to take proactive stance and just say, hey, we're better than you.
That's straight up what it's coming down to. I mean, there is fearless peaks. Like, we said it. When Electric's esports plays passive, it hasn't worked. Then they show their face and they get one domed in the forehead. So, as we get into this last round here, it just seems like all across the board, combination of the overall synergy, like you mentioned earlier on, coupled with just the straight up raw shots coming out from Dark Matter, it's been light work. But I'm grateful to see that at least we're ending off with a mostly full buy for the side of Electric's esports. A critical round 2 would just help them so much more in the half. And I have faith. We've seen some crazy things on Ascent at half switch especially.
Precisely what we could look forward to, but then also we have seen these teams use those incendiaries, the nanoswarms, to stall any site aggression if they can do that, and then gamble stack a site. That could be key. They attempted that last round, it did not work out, and I don't think that's going to possibly be the solution now as UZ falls. One member dropped, and well, they're gonna try to fight it out.
The fight is in fact occurring as Precise and Z9 trade it back and forth. Admin on the board yet again, and when it rains, it pours Azula with these guys. It's just a cascading effect of frags all across the board. And now it's just target 10s and goes for the mid peak, and they've got their crosshair dead nuts on it. They know that the rotate has to come through. That Sova has been very fluid in that B placement. So in the most unfortunate set of events, we're ending off this half 11-1. Not the greatest thing for Electrics, but we hope for the best proceeding ahead.
When you give Dark Matter an inch, they take a mile. And that's exactly what the half shows since it's ended 11-1. It's not close at all. Of course, is there hope for Electric's esports to come back? Yes, there should be. I hope that there could be. Possibly they amount to rounds. They get the pistol. They can get the anti-eco round. Possibly even collect the bonus. That puts them in a lot stronger of a position. But then you look towards other solutions and Dark Matter could just continue their train of success. That's what we're looking forward to in this first pistol round.
So far, with the aggressive push coming out from Dark Matter, just like it is attack, they are going to go ahead and mirror that on the defense. Edmund comes around, and despite the early turmoil of contesting that long A, they're able to get the 1-for-1 joust. Actually, I lied. Shock Dart onto Joku. A very low HP and Brimstone remain here for Electric's esports. And for Dark Matter, this is now light work. They're posted up. Shockingly, they're not on the flank, but I'm curious to see what does Electric's do here, knowing that they've been basically compromised entirely on their strat.
Even fake the teleport so they don't know where the Omen is, but the Nanoswarm will find his location. He's fallen to Precise. It's a little bit closer of a pistol round, so we do have hope, but Precise and the team not on the fullest of HP. So whether they can fully get onto side or if they're going to be flanked by Eclipse, they're backed into this corner, and with only 45 seconds left on the clock, they have nowhere else to go. Even Eclipse will recognize that, and they'll back up. They'll try to give them a little bit more space to rotate out, but he'll still be on site once they rotate.
Yeah, and as we're chatting away and going at it, 45 of them has now turned into 30. So far, the trademark also pins them out. So Eclipse is just ready to contest. Let's see how he decides to play this out, holding the more aggressive post, dare I say, but 20 seconds, they're actually changing their mind. They're gonna go ahead towards spawn. Nice connection onto Edan. Now Kino is gonna be the contest with Eclipse on a very timely flank. Now 11 seconds, and it doesn't even get to the site before Dark Matter takes it. And that's the 12th round and match point ahead of us.
Match point.
12-11 at one round after the switch. They have to collect this anti-eco round now, so you're going to see force ups from both teams. possibly even bringing in that hero rifle, but they're going to think better of it just because all fun and games. Who knows? What are we going to see? But Electrics Esports, if you've been hiding something, you have to awaken your players now. Target 10s, those darts can go to use. If you can land the shocks too, that would be amazing. But so little space is being granted to them. They've been pushed out towards this B lobby area now.
Aggressive push here from Edmund. They do have the Guardian and Joku is there. Uzi for the one, and an amazing cascading set of picks coming off from Electric Esports. Shock Dart though from Edan and a bit of an aggressive push with that Spectre equates to 2. So you blink twice, you miss it. We're right back to that 3 versus 3. But luckily for the side of Electric Esports, at least in an overall combined health points finish situation, they're looking a little bit better off as Joku now getting a little cheeky towards spawn, and Kino's posted up and expects that really well.
15 HP onto Precise and almost full HP for Jet Asian, but they've had to rotate over towards this A site where they're going to meet the fate of Kino, who has a Spectre online. Can they get the spike down or not? It's going to fall towards Kino, and they're trying to trade it out, but the headshots land, and they're continuing to land. 13-11 is the final scoreline. Amazing. Impressive showing. So quick the map was, Strive. It's almost like, you know that BTTV emote where it's like wicked steer and they enter onto site? It's almost like they were wicked steering and entering onto site.
I love it. That's so true. Oh my God. Can you please do that? Like, can that be your signature thing on every single cast from today until the day like we cast? And every cast needs to have that in it. That's vibes. It is so true. Like, you look at the score line, not only was the overall score just commanding as a whole, but they steamrolled whatever they felt like steamrolling. We didn't see too much on the half switch, but you know, just that initial attack just gave us a really good sight. And not only in terms of their, like you said, their communication, their synergy, but just clear, decisive plays and working as a team. So an amazing job to them. You are not allowed to take those glasses off. Those are staying on your face the whole night. Mark my words.
Well, if you want to look as cool as me, possibly, you could even get yourself some GLG socks. Well, I don't own a pair, so you might even be cooler. But if you type !socks in chat or you visit the GLG website, you can get yourself a super cool pair of socks. They come in 3 different colors. Super impressive, and that's going to be an exciting match. But then, of course, Strive. What else do you have if you wanted to possibly dominate Dark Matter in the future and you see them again in these next Pit of Valors? The way to guarantee your spot in that next match to possibly face off against these giants, you'd want to go over to the GLG Country Club. That's a pass, $10 a month to be guaranteed entrance into the Pit of Valor. Only one person on your team needs that pass. So it roughly estimates down to $2 per member of your team. That's so well done, and I would think that's a bargain deal.
I like that quick math. 10 over 5 gives you 2, and that's as simple as it is. I mean, guys, just skip out on that coffee. Get yourself, like Azula said, our overall brackets fill up ridiculously quick. And if you guys just want to have some fun on a Wednesday, and keep in mind, it doesn't only apply to Wednesdays. Anything that we run is going to get you that comfortable positioning and knowing that you're going to be able to compete with your team, and you're not going to be waiting for check-in to get that spot. So as we send you guys off to a break, feel free to browse the usual Twitter stuff. You guys can also check out our Discord, !Discord. There's tons of good information in there, and you can learn more about the country club as well if you wish. Yeah, that's on the website too, glgaminglounges.com. By the way, there's a lounge opening. By the way, I'm going to tell you more about that after the break. So on the note of the break, off we go. And don't go too far. Map number 2 is just around the bend. Talk soon.
But now we're going to be 12 to 7 match.
Pitching through market, Curry is in trouble. Realizes they both got the site. CGB for the 1, Blade Storm, Juicy, Vanish for 1, dismissal. Oh, beautiful. Greedy repeat, Gary.
Honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Moeda's gonna get tied, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies to the gravity well, holds him still. Third one. Oh no, Moeda would run away as well as three the other way from the Jets on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Tell you who can. One of his posters. Spotted. Hanks gonna be here. Shoulders, we play hand in hand. Rossi just rotating with Zeke right now. It's a dance. It's a ring.
when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Ara gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that. I mean, Aru did was able to get some damage through, but right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. CC came waiting around the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close. Aru might have just been able, but now we're looking at 12%.
Crosshair. Aim practice at this point. Second, no. Penching through market. Curry is in trouble. Cameras realizes they both left the site. CGB for the one. The blade storm. Juicy. Damage for the one. Dismissal. Oh! Greedy repeat there.
Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Jets down mid, trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds two. The gravity well hold him still. Another one. Oh no, Moeda. But it run away as well. It's three the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
As they would probably like. God, never mind as a double galak comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Life Planet.
I'm nowhere can Aura makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, it might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the...
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just have to wait and see. Waiting around the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to 12%. Matchup.
Crosshair. Aim practice at this point. Second, no. Penching through market. Curry is in trouble. Cameras realizes they both left the site. CGB for the one. Blade storm. Juicy. Damage for the one. Dismissal. Oh! Beautiful. Repeat. Greedy repeat there.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
Everybody, welcome back to the party. The Wednesday festivities continue along with Azula's infinite swag looking mighty darn good. So, yeah, whoa, we're back. We're just straight snapping everywhere. We are off to our second matchup of the evening, Azula, and we're going to be going with a fantastic duo that we've seen here before. At least one of them I've seen 100%. Man, I Love Fwogs with a W and Penguin Polo Patrol. Say that 6 times fast. And we're going to the lovely land of Haven. A nice change up after that ascent that we just watched.
Ooh, Haven, I love that map so much in particular because it's a great place. So many sites to tour, 3 in particular. And you know what else is a great place to visit? Grab your hats and join us over the GLG Gaming Lounge, put in Rochester, New York on this 22nd floor of the Innovation Square building. We're opening on a grand opening, I guess, for just visiting and such, April 20th. 420. What a better day to join us all at the GLG crew in Innovation Square, 22nd floor. Strive, back to Haven, 3 sites, immaculate map. I'm so excited for this.
Yeah, me too. It's a great map. It's a nice change up. It's always been one of the core concrete, maps that I have a love and hate relationship with, as well as many teams do. You got to know what you're doing a little bit more than, let's say, your traditional ascents of the world. And the composition, as we get into the good old 18 selection here, will drive a lot of those activities. Let's get down to the nitty gritty and see what these teams are going to bring to their battle on this fine evening.
Ooh, Milf. Starting out strong, I like these Killjoy selects or hovers because Killjoy, even though it is a bigger map, the utility is just unmatched by many Sentinels. You don't have the post-plant potential when you have another map. But then, of course, when you follow it up with someone such as Sova on the Penguin Polo Patrol squad, that's going to be definitely layers of potential working together and just moving out, showing, hey, look at us. We're a dominant communicating team.
Let's see here as we're finalizing the last of the lock-ins, and looking pretty good. It's a nice sight to see that KJ's back into the mix a bit more these days. It was kind of like a lull phase. I think after some of the changes came through, people were very much affixed on Chamber. And I think that phase is kind of, slowly changing as we still see teams kind of gravitating towards that Killjoy pick as a comfort selection. So like you said, Haven, going to be a great one for us here. And I'm looking forward to seeing how these early pistol rounds go, especially what the attackers want to do and how the defensive team reacts and what setup they play. Everyone's got their own, I guess, flavor and spice, at least I find on Haven.
When you're attacking on Haven, you have multiple different choices, and so that's a potential success for the team, or it could ultimately be your demise. But Penguin Polo Patrol could live up to the name, and they're on the parole. They want to collect as many round wins on the first half as possible. So let's look for it. When you're on the pistol round, you want to normally go aggressive to overwhelm as many defenders as possible, since there's only usually at max 3 per A site if you lean towards that area. But then let's look at what you have to work with when you go on the aggression. You have this Omen instead of Astro or Brim. The smokes, they now travel faster. So that's going to be a more exciting attack. But then also that paranoia can clear out so many enemies and push them into uncomfortable spaces.
Here we go off the beginning here, much like you've kind of echoed here. It was kind of looking a little bit A-ish, to say the least, but looks like someone's spidey senses tingled as there was a nice 3-stack there from the Manalef Quags squad. And now getting ready, Shadowfly going to set up an opportunity as they only are able to spot the one Brimstone, and off they go. That was used just for intel purely, but of course the turret is not only offering further information along with a bit of damage before it does fade away. The fragment blocks off spawn, and this A flank now coming in hot. Let's see how they decide to manage this 5 versus 5 on a retake.
Spike is going down, and now all of them falling off into this long position. But MILF, if they could read that, they should be able to cut them off in any way, shape, or form. They're trying to flash into the site, although Shadow holding it close will land the first shot. Dip going to trade out the teammate, so they have more to excite with, but that smoke going to cover the turret. Not for long, though, as the nanoswarms continue to be popped, and they're spraying down from this covered long position. They can't stop the defuse, and it's coming through. Will be stopped, though, with a quick succession of kills and trifold. 4-2, gonna help Penguin Polo Patrol get their first round on the board.
That clutch Omen there in Garage was pretty much the determining factor. My heart low-key sank, and I think part of the shortcoming there for the defensive side was just as a whole, the retake was a little bit, I guess, separated, but if you want to look at it from the opposite end of the spectrum, Penguin Polo Patrol played that post so well, stacking up towards long. They did activate one of their nano swarms, I believe, a little bit too early when nobody was really tapped the bomb. Maybe they heard a sound cue or whatever reason, but despite that overall equation, they were able to come in clutch as Trifold, like you said, at a garage, held it down. But now with the Owl drone leading us up long C and bigger guns in the hands of Penguin Polo Patrol, they're going to go ahead and try and contest here. And yeah, smokes, like you said, they travel fast and they really help grant you some ground quickly.
Ooh, Dino's trying to push through the smoke, will be taken down as Trifold continues to rage with these superior weaponry. Gonna collect 2, but Zoe making a little bit of a move towards this garage position. Shock darts to delay her entry onto site. It's not looking too good for Man I Love Frogs, but they've done well to take down at least one member of Penguin Polo Patrol. No longer a possible flawless round as the spike just cannot be defused due to these nano swarms. Now Zoe has been cleaned up.
Speaking of cleanup, it's a Soup spill on aisle 4 as Soup now has to somehow make the better of this. At least get a pick before falling away. There is a Trifold there up towards mid, and that's a great pick. Soup going to go ahead and recover the Spectre, but the chances of survival are fairly slim considering there is an absolute swarm of penguins swinging across garage. So with that, round number 2 goes to the Penguin Polo Patrol squad, and now the all-important round 3 is ahead of us here. Let's see what these frogs can do with some bigger weaponry in their hands.
Even looking at this round 3, Trifold does not have a full rifle. They're going to opt to save. And well, look at this. It's not going to be the strongest attack because of the weaponry, but then looking at Man I Love Frogs, it's their best chance to collect a round right now. And they're set up with this turret pressuring garage, and then the alarm bot going to notify them if they try to plant B. That's a huge setup early round that once Penguin or Polo Patrol can try to stop, it's going to be an interesting move. But the fragment going to kill the spike planter almost just a moment too late, because now the flanks have to come through to take down these members.
And the flank is very much on its way there as Soup does have support. They're coming around, but this bomb planted on B is going to be a problem here. Steven is going to go ahead and try and contest out of grass, but Soup and Mel J just wipe up shop. So the all-important gun round reigns supreme, and the frogs come out looking really frosty, hopping on that defuse. And this is now, let's take a look at the overall scope of the money situation for the Penguins. And I believe given how that round started, or this match started off, they should be in a very reasonable position to buy, and yeah, most definitely. So the round number 4 buy is among us, and critical round for them financially especially.
When you look at the current meta Strive and you have Omen or Brim, it's a lot faster pace of a game, and that's why we see these attacking teams running it into site and just getting the spike down and then hoping for the best post plant. When you had Astra on the board, is a lot more slow, and while it could be a good thing or a bad thing in particular, there's not too much variety in strategy. And so even though the shock dart or that recon dart not going to scan out anyone early round, that from the shadows is taken off the board immediately by Mel.
Little tricky Omen ult there. Tristan towards the back of site. Shadowfly going to make light work of this C take, and in a very controlled manner. Penguin Polo Patrol are able to clean up shop. Now is the rotate on Soup coming up from the garage side. This has been semi-successful for them. They do have a low HP jet, which works in their favor, but to get on here, especially with this double stack towards long C, or triple stack rather, is going to be interesting. And they don't really have any substantial smokes to help them, minus Jet's Cloudburst.
Not gonna do too much work in the shock darts, although that's great lineups. It's not gonna scan anyone just yet. Dip gonna do a great job entering onto this retake site, but now these nano swarms, it prevents them from getting any closer to spike. If they tap the spike, now they have to clear out all the members long, and while they can double swing and triple swing all together, Dip just can't hold them all off. 3 rounds now for Penguin Polo Patrol and Strive. We're starting to look at a possible stopping block that is necessary for Man I Love Frogs to bring into this next round, because they possibly will continue to invest, and that's what we likely see already, since they have ultimates that are very close to being used, like the Blade Storm, which will have them fight for orb control, or the Hunter's Fury and Lockdown, good for post plant. That could stop them, but other than that, they really need to find what works.
Yeah, they're yet to really find their stride. They're struggling with the overall takes of Penguin Polo Patrol, and it's not a matter of them not contesting. They're doing a good job at putting their foot down, but C's kind of just been a stomping ground for them. And of course, the Penguins play such a really good post plant towards long C that is tricky. Ooh, dip! Talk about a nice little one tap there with the Blade Storm, and Dino's also on the board. And oh my goodness me, in a very unexpected fashion, or expected if you guys know the frogs, they're gonna go ahead and clean up some clean eco round picks. And does Soup get away? Oh yes, Soup does. Really nice job.
Just barely getting to get away from that lockdown, but it's not really needed since now the Penguin Polo Patrol squad has been left outside A side. They're not sure if they can go B since they haven't quite cleared out the KJ utility, which has moved to A. So not fully part of their concern, but with 45 seconds left on the clock, they have to start taking space, and they're split up so far that they're not ready to trade each other out. Now they're going to go possibly looking to trade each other out B, but the aggression is already holding it down, and now that alarm bot and the 0-point knife going to give away exactly where they're standing.
Amazing swing there. Sova, light work, just clearing everything out. Mono Imano taking picks, and that's not what you want to do on an eco there. The frogs are, they're sticking their head out and trying to joust, but they're doing it in a very orderly fashion, which on a, on a post plant or rather hold scenario, I would rather than be grouped up and contesting a bit harder as a squad. But nonetheless, Galaxy is going to do the deed onto Dinos, and we're right back to the drawing board, square one for the side of Penguin Polo Patrol. And whatever they're doing overall has been working really well, Azula. I mean, you touched on a good point. The overall takes and decisiveness has been, there hasn't been any complicated, bamboozlery over here. They're just running it down, keeping it simple, getting on site, and landing some critical shots to get into whatever A, B, or C they choose.
Their side takes have had a few ifs and turns, like it was exposed this last round. I think while Man I Love Frogs did lose the round, they did a great job to take a few members off the board with that Thrifty. They could have converted it, but it ultimately came down superior firepower really was the answer. But Dip gonna slow it down. This quick aggression now has been shot down, but the whipped op shot is gonna be taken off the board, and these kills, it's sloppy again, but it's starting to look in the favor of Man I Love Frogs. If they can hold off on any full side executes, it will look a lot stronger. But these are quick rounds that you blink and you miss all the action strive.
And this is the thing, if you're a defensive member right now, I think playing for information might be the better choice, right? Falling as in a 1v2 scenario is the worst thing you might, worst thing you could possibly do for your team. They do hear this entire situation happening at A, the spike getting planted, and the rotates are already well underway here. The full team is situated, and they're gonna have ample time to get on site. Zoe getting ready to drop out. The turret posted. That smoke should fall in a second, and it does, but unfortunately the turret also disappearing from the initials of this round. Trifold in hell. And with this Galaxy post up towards short, it's a pretty good crossfire they have going on here.
Ooh, Trifold will be taken off the map, and now this fragment pushing Galaxy further and further back. They can't pop the swarm grenades, and well, it's fallen on to Man I Love Frogs winning their second round. I love how coordinated the team is, to say the least, because even when it doesn't look like it's in the best of shape, you have these teams working together, finding trades. And it came down to how well they're stopping this C side execute. They're stacking it now with an operator, which was on to Dip. That was great for finding the opening pick. That put the Penguin Polo Patrol in a little bit of a frenzy when they tried to trade it out. That's why I like these teams that have been together for a long time. They have deep strat books to pull from. And while Penguin Polo Patrol are very aggressive and Trifold proactive at taking space, it's not always the answer, and it's going to be a lot closer a map than we saw last round.
Yeah, so far it's looking like that, and that's kind of what Haven's all about. I will comment too, the beautiful style points for Man I Love Frogs has been their overall retake ability, and that is a question I was going to ask. Dip getting a little bit too cheeky peeky towards middle. Soup though is actually there to trade it out, so a little bit of an unexpected trade, not the style that I'd like to see it. They lose a big investment off their hands, but can easily recuperate that. Let's see with this L drone towards mid, what they're able to spot off, and so far nothing too major. It's basically mono 4 versus 4 is. Soup, for whatever reason, definitely wants to dance with the devil here today. Peeks out for a second, but no bueno here.
they're going a little bit too aggressive, and while Mel holding this angle, they're not going to see the teammate. They've snuck by completely, and that's not going to give away the information towards the team. Mel, you have to turn around. You have to see this KO, but the teammate will fall before it's already done, and Mel will finally trade it out, but it's been too late. The utility on A side now has been Pop's drive, but that was a little bit of a falter.
Down A.
Falter now has got you to a situation down to a 2 versus 2. The null command here gonna do its thing and at least suppress a little bit, but it looks like no issues despite the lack of smokes. Tristan is able to connect on the 1. Soup, no shielding and success. Fragment goes out way deep into short. The paranoia comes and it's a whiff, but with this situation now for Mel J, there's a lot of ground to cover, not a lot of time, and 2 members of Penguin Polo Patrol to post up, and Mel J getting cheeky with a nice peek, doesn't know where the last one is. Does he make the better of this? Oh my god.
Wow.
What a dance around that smoke, and it's almost light work for Mel J, and that just sets us apart by 1 mediocre round ahead. I'm just loving the retakes from Manilov Frogs. They're really working this out, and I'll say that that null command did a good job of at least denying any kind of utility usage from Penguin Polo Patrol. Had there been smokes blocking off Heaven, we would have gotten a whole different story, I think.
Man, I love Flogs' retakes, like you said, because you have these clutch players. Mel, she initially might not have had the best round out because Shadow was able to sneak by her in B and kill a teammate. But then you have this clutch factor coming through, and you needed Mel to do it. She was able to complete that, and so while there isn't a lockdown or there isn't her KO ultimate available now, it's not really necessary because you force Penguin Polo Patrol onto a really low buy.
If there's one round that's, I guess, critical or a little bit more important, it's going to be this one. Like you said, to make the best of this buy round is going to set precedence for Penguin Polo Patrol and, or rather, sorry, Manilov Fogs. And this molly towards Long C is going to keep him busy for the time being. The Owl Drone also going out as well. Dino's taking a bit of a tickle there via a spam, but nothing too major. It's almost predictable at this point that Penguin Polo Patrol is going to rotate off. I don't feel a good vibe about connecting on the C, especially because you can see on the minimap as well. Killjoy is just right there, ready to rotate. So I'm expecting a good hold on the C take if they choose to contest, and shocker here, Azula. Looks like it's not happening.
Ooh, Shadow hasn't fully cleared out Mel. This could be a new game, and Mel gonna try to get the cards back in her favor, which she does as she collects 1, but will be traded out, allowing her teammate to spin out. Now she's gonna peek, and Zoe will be able to collect 2 off of that, but the rifles have been picked up, so it's a lot easier to trade out these kills. Although I'd like to mention that because there's so much pressure on the actual site, Stride, you have members fighting for space into opening it. Now it allows them to rotate a lot easier, and while it can be predictable, it happens frequently.
Orbital strike comes down. Dinos is able to get Tristan, and now it is a 1 versus 3 scenario, and the numbers don't lie as Manilov Frog's going to go ahead and equalize us right back to a 4v4. So you blink twice and you miss it, like you say all the time, Azula. And let's see now for the Penguins what they got left in the tank. Overall, the money's looking pretty good. And we go ahead back to the drawing board. I think the initial Penguin Polo Patrol style of play, just a straight up push, was working really well. Once they started to slow the tempo down, I feel like that spark kind of dwindled off. So let's see what the adaptation is if they go back to the roots a bit more.
Certainly well pointed out, because the initial spark was a little bit brighter and they were able to get onto site much quicker. But you're working with these well put together teams such as Man I Love Flogs, so it's not as easy to continue to rush down. And while these stopping forces have been applied a little bit more, the utility pressuring into B, so you have to go C, which you're going to be spammed down in. Dinos and Soup both going to spam it down. You have to rotate again, or you have to fall back. This is pressure that is just slowing the initial quick aggression.
Now, for the Penguins, the question is, how do you get out of this sticky situation? If you're a Penguin, Azula, what would you do in this case?
I were a Penguin, I'd try to find my way out of it, just like Soup is going to fall towards the team, but the spike just barely picked up. They have to decide whether they want to rotate and fully commit, or if they want to fight their way into sight. But these brim smokes last for so long, and Dinos is going to put down another one. This blocks off vision. So what else do they have to do? They have to rotate, but they're so wary of flanks that could come through. Now they're going a lot slower. They're shifting into
30
this,
seconds
and
left.
they're about to run into another member, Mel, holding these cheeky angles constantly. You have to go back to C because of that.
Trifold going to go ahead and clear out Cubby. And this is it. The commitment, 14 seconds is not a lot of time to take a site, let alone make yourself a sandwich. And here we go with the fragment blocking it off, and Dinos cleans up a nice lineup. Yeah, troubling situation, well, given the fact that the numbers were good for the Frogs, but also for the fact that just the time was really not in their favor. So after a tide of 4 consecutive rounds, the Manilove Frog squad has taken that lead back 5-4.
Taking the lead will allow them a little bit more cushion in getting closer to this attack side when they swap halves. But how they're doing it is really well put together. And I'll point it out one more time. Their use of utility to pressure side executes. This C side has been shut down so much because of brim smokes and then also members shooting through them. You don't have the vision. You can't get through them. You have to accept that. And then where do you go? You sometimes go B, but there will be an alarm bot that you have to either smoke off and now be a sound cue, or you have to fight through this turret garage. And now A side has been held down by an operator.
Found them.
Best you can do is take Mel off the board.
It's a good start. Lockdown here going out for Zoe as well, and the immediate Hunter's Fury comes out as well to back it up. Galaxy gets the one. Galaxy gets taken out by Soup on that Hunter's Fury. Now 4 versus 4 scenario. The lockdown's going to remain in play for the time being. Zoe is going to go ahead and capitalize on a nice pick as well, and they're heavily stacked as well. Whoa, hello! Dip just lurking around now, and with that light work, the retake. I mean, straight up, tonight's theme, I think, has been the blink twice and you miss it, because there's just been a fury of kills regardless of what side we're on here.
Wednesday, more like, wow, I actually just missed that retake because it happened so quick, the lockdown and then the Hunter's Fury to take down the spike planter. Although sometimes you might not miss the pixel of Shadow at first. It ultimately doesn't matter since they're able to take the off shot, then the shorty to clean up any pressure across from the window. They don't have the chance to play lineups. They can't play these post-plant positions because now you have flanks coming through from Manilove Frogs, and that, I think, was their initial problem. They couldn't set up the levels of defense. They have those levels set up now, and it's causing a lot of chaos for Penguin Polo Patrol.
Chaos is the name of the game here, as the Owl Drone is going to go ahead and spark that initial bit of activity. Dip now towards short. There's a heavy stack towards A, so if you're an attacker, you're not going to be wanting to stick your head out just too far without a trade. Yet again, the fragment goes out early, and that's kind of a, not want to say wasted utility with a minute 18 on the clock. The unfortunate scenario is, or I mean fortunate depending on whose end of the spectrum you're looking on, it's Penguin Polo Patrol to clean up shop and basically nullify that, for lack of better terms, null command, and 5 versus 2. This is just a cascading series of events back and forth. I can't necessarily put my finger on the driving forces at play, but it's just been really clean work from both these teams, and in this case, Penguin Polo Patrol are definitely looking really good, and unfortunate for Dip, no connection.
Team Ace.
That was a fabulous round from Penguin Polo Patrol. That tongue twister PPP. We got 5 rounds on the board now, Strive, so we could look towards a tied half going into the next map swap, but then how would these teams play it? Penguin Polo Patrol has been very aggressive, while I think MILFs has been a little bit more methodical in where they choose to place their players. You often have Jet holding down A. That forces then the teams to rotate C because they don't want to face this operator. Now you have the Killjoy utility C. It's a lot harder to take the site with that utility. You have to break it or you have to just storm into site. And while the dark cover and the From the Shadow is going to go fully into spawn, you have to fight for it.
And the Penguins are definitely fighting. Trifold is able to play a bit more of a passive post and catches the better of 2 members of the MILFs. And Dinos posted up, does have his orbital strike primed, and off it goes. Doesn't get much of anything as the Owl Drone is going to go ahead towards garage. I love the patience though from Penguin Polo Patrol. They make sure that site is fully cleared up before planting, and here it is, Mel J on the flank, and a bit of a pinch activity occurring now.
Targets destroyed.
Turret going to be broken, so the pinch can continue, but this Shroud Step going to allow them to reposition, ultimately going to fall off that box. So MelJ has a lot harder of a job to clear out all these angles, and they're not peeking anymore. They're taking these wise gunfights, which allow them to get these 1v1s and secure the victory. 3 1v1s, all going in the favor of Penguin Polo Patrol. 6-6 on the half now. Strive as we switch sides. I think it's going to be another close pistol because you have a very aggressive team swapping over to the defensive side. Now you have a little bit more of a slower paced team, and they're on to this attack side. Of course, though, could it change that these stim beacons will help them go a little bit more fast, a little bit more aggressive, faster into the site, because the stim will speed you up. You can get that plant down quickly, and look where they're going, continuing down C site. I think this is the most C site executes I've seen on Haven out of any map I've casted.
So basically, if I've concluded the overall summary from what you just said, basically it's anybody's game is what you're saying, right?
Exactly.
Very good. I'm glad we're on the same page and we can agree. But yeah, 6-6 is as good as it gets here on map number 2 on Haven. Spike drop down towards outside of C. A bit of an activity early on towards grass. Tristan getting aggressive, and that's a good opening set of 2 picks, dashing away to safety with that cloudburst. So a bit of a in and out type of activity is what Penguin Polo Patrol would most definitely like to see. The question is, what do they do here? Posted up outside of B now. It's completely empty. This would be the time to get on that site if they so wish to do so. The alarm bot is around the bend, and they got to be careful of that as they get on site in a sec.
Members will be able to rotate around it, but you can see both teams are stuck about these alarm bots. If they rotate out, who might they face? They might face Shadow on the flank. Of course, they can't peek out fully because the alarm bot will give away their location, but you've got to take out your guns if you want to go A. Look where Shadow is. They're holding this off angle. Will it be droned out, though, or will it just be peeked through? And Zoe will take the peek. Gonna get head ding, so they're only on 20 HP now. But the job was done. They narrowed down the numbers.
3 versus 3 is as narrow as it gets. As Soup is going to go ahead and further that advantage to the side of Manila Fogs. The turret goes out. Spike planted now. Dino's going to go ahead and drop a stimmy for the gang, and Galaxy's going to quickly respond right back with a clap towards Zoe. Retake coming on the back end. Galaxy and Sivan make it happen. Easy come, easy go, and unfortunate for Soup, missing some critical shots there with the Ghost. They have full intel as to what is happening and where Soup is posted up. What's the shock dart got? It's got a bit of a tickle, but this doubled up situation towards the bomb, along with short, is the best case scenario. Penguin Polo Patrol pull their first pistol ahead, and let's see what they do with bigger guns now in round number 2.
Investing into this anti-eco round will allow them to get more kills in theory. Of course, though, anything could happen in Valorant. But anti-eco round, if they win, they're set for the bonus round. If they lose, they're going to be forced onto a save for this 3rd round when MILF will likely have rifles on the board. Of course, though, we've looked at Penguin Polo Patrol already, and they've collected the anti-eco and the pistol in the first half. So it could be the case in this next half, though. And they have a lot of applied pressure, similar to how MILF played the defense, the utility located, so that you have to think twice about aggressing.
I mean, thinking twice would have been beneficial for Dip, as the aggression onto B site was met with a trifold Spectre. Galaxy as well with 2. So in this immensely fast buy round, it's almost over for the most part. Zoe trying to get the best of something, gets 1 and falls away. So Trifold's positioning was really good. Dancing around the smoke was the best thing that could have been done. And Frogs kind of went just heavy there without clearing much of sight and ensuring safety. You got to admit, though, at some point, like, getting onto B site like that and having no one around, it's kind of sus. Like, you kind of have to expect some presence there before going for the plant. So, but the all-important round number 3 buy around here. Let's see what these guys got and what this default works out to.
It's a lot riskier when you attempt into B because that alarm bot will notify anyone around the area. It's a lot quicker of a rotation towards B site as A or C. Now, I don't think Penguin Polo Patrol will have the best stance, but since they're on the defense, they can play together a lot more. And I'd like to point out how Trifold plays because they're on this Omen, so it's unpredictable stances that you're not ready. Do you check high, low? What angle are they holding? Now the Paranoia, the Shroud Steps, the Dark Cover, all this utility that you weren't used to in the previous patches have been brought back into the game. And that's what's really changing the game. They're going to have to check higher. And are they ready for it? Well, Dip is.
Dip is always primed as Trifold falls, and with this situation, not having your smokes on a retake is kind of unfortunate, especially when C site is on the agenda. So you can't even get any kind of control of long if you wanted to. And with this 4v2, Tristan's going to go ahead and make the better of this KO utility. For the time being, that 0 point, not going to suppress anyone. Shadowfly coming out of garage window here and is going to go ahead and clear it up. But do they know there is a wild KJ just waiting? Nah, Zoe just basically invisible, fully cloaked and hidden. And it's down to Tristan to make the best of it. I love how they're... I'm going to go ahead and say something. Men Love Frogs is so good at conserving that KO utility, especially that fragment. We saw it work on defense so well on the retake, and now on the attack, the same type of story to block Penguin Polo Patrol from getting back in on site. That conservation of util is critical. Dumping utility without a purpose is futile, and it's good enough now to take them further ahead and just make that a one-round gap to close off.
In addition to the KO utility, you had that smokes player off the board for the defense. When Trifold was fallen, they were able to play this C long position comfortably because they had clear sight lines. The jet fell, you don't have those smokes to prevent any secret bomb diffuses. Man, I Love Flogs really played that last round well, and they're hoping to continue this down as they go quick towards this A site following the stim beacon.
Can you hear the owl drone in the wing as Tristan gets a shot as well onto Soup? Posted up, dip, spotted it long, but the lockdown is primed and ready to go. Do they utilize it is the question. It's going to force Galaxy away as they're just going to go ahead and dance around the perimeters of this. Stay light on their feet, and here we go. With that, site's looking pretty open, but of course the Nano Swarm, as always, what KJs do best, going to keep them occupied. Zoe's going to capitalize as well on top of the pick. Now the counter swarms out just to block off and get some intel early on, watching for the dart in a 4v4. Dip.
4v4 dip. Yeah. Ooh. Dip trying to peek around, but it will be Mel to find Shadow, and it's a lot scary to drop down now because you don't have the man advantage tying it up almost perfectly since you do have Mel on super low HP, but the clock has been ticking. The drop down, bold, brave, but unsuccessful. And Trifold fighting the clock, just can't get into the spike soon enough. Strive, so well done to delay, because utility in this match I think has been well placed across the board. Of course, on MILF, you have the smokes to prevent any immediate drop downs. Then you have the possibility of players being below heaven or all the way back site. And the fragment that you pointed out earlier, you don't know if the KO will still be alive and use it. Have they used it earlier or not? It's undecided. Of course, Soup did fall when they were droning, so that could have been an error on the flank. Just, it's not really a game of who can just kill who. Now it's a game of who can place their utility where.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the important factors is to place utility. You kind of need to be alive. That's a good start. And you know, this game, I'll say, Valor has evolved substantially over time. It's become a question of you don't want to send an agent that you kind of need for a post plant, or you don't want to send an agent that you kind of need for the take. Vice versa, regardless if you're attacking or defending. You want to kind of strategize who does what, and losing your smoke early on really just sucks. Like, there's no really nice way to sugarcoat that. And with that. Initial fragment, despite that, is going to go ahead and get planted. Tristan is watching the flank, but in this case, you can see immediately the KJ is gone. So from an attacker perspective, you're not really going to be able to offer any kind of post-plant utility or anything from range. They do have that orbital strike, though, which will help substantially.
It should help a little bit, but such low HP now onto Mel, and the clean headshot will take Tristan off the board. It's been slowed down again because, well, Penguin Polo Patrol likes to run it in quick. You have to fight Mel for that space, and it's not going to be quick enough. The spike would have blown up before you could have tapped it even so. The kills just came in faster, Strive. These are teams that are fighting for space and fighting to get onto site, but ultimately they give up a little bit too much respect on that A site. And so they try to hold off on that spike plan, but the positioning of where the members stand on the map often leads to retakes that are unsuccessful on the side of PPP.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I was kind of sunk in a little bit when we lost that KJ initially, but the rest of the team was playing a really good crossfire, and that benefits yourself. You know, I'm not here to say that the whole idea of losing a specific player or agent first is going to give you a specific result in a round. No, like at the end of the day on a post plant, landing the shots is what drives the round, and they're playing such good post plant scenarios. Meanwhile, Trifold struggling, gets the 1, and they don't even clear up top. Trifold gets the 2, so that attempt at Garage a couple rounds ago, a bit of a redemption, dare I say, capitalizing on the verticality, using that that Omen utility to the advantage. And with that opening set of picks, PPP in a 4v3. And the question here is how, you know, if I could speak to people in their ears right now, I'd say, guys, C's pretty open. Y'all might want to consider it, but they can't hear us, so that's kind of unfortunate itself.
Recalling my bot.
When you have a man advantage and the team looks to rotate, you don't have to fully commit the rotation. You're going to have to do a retake either way. So just holding the members onto site longer will then confuse the team as they attempt to reaggress onto this A side. Is a perfect example. They have not sold the fake rotation. No noise has been made towards that C side. And while that dart not going to scan out anyone, now they have to use their bodies to pay for it. And ultimately, it will be the trades in the favor of Man I Love Flogs. But it's the shock darts now, and all the members are gathered close.
Oh, and they even have the Hunter's Fury as well. 13 seconds. They have to dance around and try and survive. Zoe's willing to take the last bit of that charge, and with a 8-second gap and buffer, they're able to get that spike down. So in the end, the patience from Penguin Polo Patrol was great. And oh no, Zoe, what is she gonna do now except just kind of hang out and short? And yeah, they read the timing well. Do they actually get it though? Wait a minute. No, they don't. They're not doubled up. Bad time? No way.
No way. Zoe, all she has to do is just peek around, and now Galaxy's scared to fully commit to that defuse. So the only one bullet needed now, and clutch came through for Zoe. What is this map? It looked so convincing for Penguin Polo Patrol at the beginning of the round, but now it's so much more stressful because the fake rotate was not sold entirely. Then they used their guns to get those kills through. The site opened up, and then the lockdown and the Hunter's Fury almost wasted because they didn't get onto the spike soon enough. When you know the member is detained, you don't have to search for them. You really just have to defuse.
That was a scenario. I don't think I've seen very many lockdown rounds of that nature end up the way that they did. Typically, when you're locked down, you're not going to have a good time. I love the usage of the Allo drone here, just straight up clearing out all the hard corners that you'd be expecting a defender to be sitting in with the 2 opening picks. This is the Frogs dishing out some Penguin Polo Patrol sauce, going full aggressive onto this long C. And lucky for them, they have tons of utility, including an Orbital Strike and a Hunter's Fury to play on the post plant. For PvP to get back on site, it's going to be a little bit tricky to say the least, as Soup goes ahead and contests and keeps that gap just growing and growing. Posted up for the pop flash. Mel J going to come out for the swing, makes light work of Tristan, and his Shadow Fi getting dipped. And with that, 11-8 for Man I Love Flogs.
Really steamrolling the momentum here because they looked a little initially not as the strongest team that we know them to be. They were down 1-4 at the beginning of the first half. Now you're seeing momentum continue on in the bank. The economy is just growing and growing. You have ultimates stacked up to use whenever you want. And potentially we're looking at 2 more rounds in the map. This has gone from Penguin Polo Patrol Party to just, Man I Love Flogs. So well done on these attack sides.
Yeah, the party doesn't stop though. The show will continue for these 2 teams. As like you said yourself, these 4 ultimates is kind of like the best case scenario if you're an attacker. You have so much to offer in a post plant scenario, or even to get onto a site. Meanwhile, they're going to be conserving these and kind of looking for an opening pick, a bit more of a default with this overall spread as well. I'll say one thing. Penguin Polo Patrol has been very decisive on how they want to play their sites, right? They're not necessarily planting and setting up shop and committing entirely. They've given up sites where they feel uncomfortable and have gone back to the retake, but the overall post-plant plays from Man I Love Flogs, including that clutch that came out earlier, was really good. But here we go, off to the races. Orbital Strike is going to go ahead into Garage. That's to keep them busy and offer some space. Like you said, the fight continues. Soup gets the 1 onto Trifold, and yet again, back to C site. A lot of utility invested in this round in the form of ultimates for the Frogs, but not in not in a negative way, as they've got the spike down now successfully.
They haven't even cleared out Zoe yet, so they don't know that this flank from Garage could be happening. All they have to do is just stall time, and Zoe should be able to get a kill. They haven't checked it yet, and they're reloading. They're gonna line up. The kills come through, and it's so quick done by Zoe. Man, that round just went too quick for Man I Love Frogs. And now we're looking at match points, Drive. I can't match the initial team that we saw in round 1, 2, and like 4 and 5 to this team right now. They've only dropped 2 rounds in this half, and we're looking on match point again, costly with the ultimate since the Hunter's Fury and the Orbital Strike are so expensive. But let's look at what we have now. We have this lockdown, we have this Blaze Storm if you wanted to bring it in. All Man I Love Frogs has to do really is just get the spike down. If Penguin Polo Patrol can go a little bit more proactive, like they are fighting for mid control, that is what they should do. They need to stop this force.
I'm with you on that, and I was gonna say I'm low-key kind of sad they haven't been pushing long A or long C as much. But as I say that, you can see Tristan tries that attempt and suffers at the hand of Dip yet again. So they're being proactive. They're looking to get map control, because at the end of the day, this is a 3-sided map, but it looks like nothing is working in their favor. As we say that, Shadowfly gets the 1 and 2. Finally, the trade is out from LJ. Shock Dart already invested, and they have recovered the spike, and there is no real intent to commit with a minute left on the clock here for Man I Love Frogs, and they can easily move away, and they are doing so. But this is what sort of worked for Penguin Polo Patrol in the past, is sticking together as a group of 3. And as I say that, Soup, maybe a little bit too much trigger discipline as Trifold whips his mouse around and connects on a clean shot.
You should run.
Well, the lockdown will be invested to slow down any rotations, but again, when we say the lockdown pushes them off, it also allows the team to bunch up. So it'll be 3 of them aggressing on to what will be the first contact, who is Zoe. Can Zoe do another hero round and take them down all before they're expecting it, or not? She's peeking around, she gets only 2, but that's more than enough because Mel will clean it up. That,
I mean,
certainly a map, to say the least.
Yeah, that's actually the least you could say. That was more than a map. I mean, I thought, honestly, I signed up for, this is round 2. I feel like I'm straight up in grands. Like, that was great matchup. And like you said, these teams at the half switch, Haven gave us what Haven does best. Like, it went completely 180 on its head. And to see that overall play from Zoe, that cheeky smoke push, and that repeat that we saw just this round, pass coming out of Garage, looked like C-Site was the successful recipe for Man I Love Frogs. I think, they had more success than less on that specific site. They kind of struggled on A a little bit more than on C. And I think going back to their roots and sticking to that pinch, and like what I love about them too is that aggressive take onto C, using that orbital strike to block off Garage and get in. That's a commitment and a half. You're not even at that point necessarily looking for a kill. You're just looking to zone them off and, like you say, fight for space.
A lot of space was brought forward on the side of Man I Love Frogs, and I think that was potentially Penguin Polo Patrol's downfall, because they weren't able to hold off on the sites, so it came at a cost. And well, the cost was them losing the map, so Man I Love Frogs will continue on. Of course, not all of the site executes were clean, so I had to smudge off my glasses, just clean them off so that in the second half they were much better. But on the side of Man I Love Frogs, I'm looking forward to seeing them move on in the tournament. But now that I have some crystal clear shades, you know what else seems like a genius idea? Buying some GLG socks. Oh man, exclamation mark socks in the chat to get your own pair.
Please do, low-key. I would show my feet on stream, but I'm not about that life. I do have socks on, and they are GLG styled. So if you guys want to look stylish and also keep your tootsies warm, don't look too far, especially if you live in the cold, frigid land of Canada like myself. Also, this is a good time to remind everybody, I did before, of the Val and Chill event. So the next big thing that I was going to hint to you guys, I kind of dropped a little hint at it in our previous closing desk, is the grand opening of that lounge. And yeah, so the beauty of this is that not only is the lounge going to have a 420 fiasco, like Azula said, where we're opening up on the 20th of April, that also lands on a Wednesday, which is a Pit of Valor. And that also means that you could be playing the Pit of Valor from the lounge. And that also means you could come out and meet some of us at the lounge. I'm hoping to make it out there for this event as well. And it'll be an absolute pleasure to have you guys. As a bit of a little bit of sugar and spice and everything nice, we're also looking to give away a 1-year membership to the lounge. And all you got to do really is just stay in touch with our socials. Hop in Discord and follow our Twitter. And you guys will find out more about that if you are following our socials. So on that note, we're going to send you guys off to a quick break. Map number 3 is around the bend. It's going to give me a chance to get rehydrated and a chance for Azula to clean her glasses one more time because we want to have a crystal clear look at this third match coming up. On that note, don't go too far. Off to a very quick break.
Away from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Next poster. Things could be here. Holding the shoulders with my hand in hand. Crossing, just rotating the center right now. It's a dance. It's right on the Rosie. And Zeke has been leading the whole time. We're doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Trade take the victory. And victory left.
As it was probably like God, never mind as a double galactic comes out from one off shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Like Planet,
I'm going Arcane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru it was able to get some damage through. But right now it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is gonna be huge. Sure, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're gonna see 12 to 7.
Nah, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
It's 3 the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for
He does not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
Well, all right. We're back, guys. Welcome to map number 3 of this evening, and we are getting further and further into the bracket, and fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how your flavor is, we're going back to Haven here, Azula, on map number 3, Team Artisan versus Clash.
Ooh, thank you for welcoming me back because, well, Haven, one of my favorite maps to play. Of course, it would be nice to see a little bit of a mix-up, possibly go to the beach for Breeze or Fracture as a new map, but we're going to stick to a tried, tested, and true map, which is going to be Haven, like you mentioned. It's going to be with Team Artisan versus Team Clash. And I'd like to mention, Team Artisan has been winning a few recent GLG events, such as the Pit of Valor, and if I'm correct, maybe even that Val and Chill event.
And I've heard much of the same. So if we're expecting a good matchup and a great show, this is the one to get. Albeit we've had a great night so far. Our previous Haven match ended up going completely topsy-turvy after the half switch, which ended up at a dead nut 6-6. So I'm only expecting much of the same on this good old-fashioned Haven. I hope you guys had the chance to enter on that giveaway as well. !mark giveaway in chat if you haven't done it. I mentioned that we're opening up our gaming lounge in Rochester, New York. There's very few limitations to get a chance to win that. I'd hope you be local to Rochester, New York if you do get that pass. But yeah, April 20th, 420, grand opening. Come check us out. We're looking forward to seeing you there. Talking about this map and kind of your pros and cons, not pros and cons necessarily, but highlights and not so highlights of the previous matchup. What are you expecting here, and what would you like to see more or less of?
Last week when we saw Team Artisan, we saw them pretty aggressive on their pistol rounds, and then also they were very good at controlling the timing of each map. So when we look towards Team Artisan again on Haven, what can we see different since they did drop a few rounds? Maybe they want to go 13-0. Maybe they just want to keep working towards it. Who knows? But I'd like to see maybe Team Artisan clean up those quick, very fast, aggressive pushes into sight, while also looking very convincingly well working together. In particular, of course, Team Clash, if they can do the same, since they will be starting on the attack, that could be a possible mix-up. Maybe they're going to say, hey, look at us. We're a cooler, a better, a newer team out here. Team Artisan, you have nothing on us. Or maybe they're just going to do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, and cooler, I think, is the better choice or the best choice you could have made. Like, we're just that much cooler than you, so we're just going to absolutely style on you on the attack side. That's the only reason, not because we have a sick comp or amazing shots. We're just that much cooler. I had to do it. That's awesome. Yeah, let's see what we got here. This is going to be a Clash pick on Haven. So, couple that with the fact that they're starting on attack. I think we're going to be on a bit of a show to get us going. Let's get into that good old agent selection though here and see what these guys are going to run for us tonight.
Already, Omen, again, a very good controller agent. With this new meta, because it's a lot quicker pace, when you have a choice between Omen or Brim on this map, Omen, just with that elevation gain or the possibility of being in unpredictable positions, that's a huge bonus for Team Clash off the bat. Of course, you want to see them really play Omen to the best of the ability.
The rest of the picks more or less solidified. Sorry, I love Jet. I mean, time in, time out. Okay, Azula, here we go. Ooh. Jet or Reyna, what do you pick?
I would pick Jet. I think Reyna is just a waste of an agent.
Well, I mean, I kind of echo the same, minus the fact that I love me some good old Reyna. I think such a powerful agent, but I agree for this map, the gap closing ability of Jet, I think, is a little bit nicer. The utility that it offers isn't as dependent on raw fragability per se. So the Jet offers cloud burst and gap closing opportunity as well. Meanwhile, we're just teetering down on the last remaining bits of this agent selection, and it's looking pretty good. And something we haven't seen here tonight, at least, is that Sage on Panaic here, and I think we're pretty much set to go. I'd love to see what that Sage can do on that attack.
On the attack, I don't think the Sage is really going to be finding as much impact for the team, because while that wall can slow any retakes of the defensive side, you don't have utility to watch flank like another agent would. Of course, now you have Chambers, so you don't have to worry about as much of watching flank. But then who did you sub out? You subbed out likely another initiator off the map, so you don't have Sova darts to reveal locations. You don't have a fragment from KO. You really have to play with the team. And then on the defensive side, it could be a whole different story. You wall off and now it's overpowered.
This is going to be really interesting. To not see a Sova kind of doesn't feel right. It feels like I'm in some alternate dimension. I've just become so used to seeing Sova not only on Haven, but nearly on every single map. That Hanzo pick is just reigns supreme. So let's see what we got. I mean, getting a Sage and a Skye as a mix-up is kind of cool. I love what the Skye brings in terms of the guiding light on the attack side especially. Back that up with a Jet who can just go ahead and dash right into sight. It's set to be a really good opening round, and with that, looks like C-Sight's on the agenda early off here for Clash.
Gonna send out those dark covers early off, and you really have to hold the sight down, but Jacket will fall back and allowing the team to retake together. The wall already going into use as it walls off Garage. They have to either break it or go through this defender's sided spawn area, but it's not really what they're looking for in the dashes. The shots from Demon gonna trade out the fallen ally, and they're trying to enter onto site now.
Trying is the key word, and with the attempt comes some success. Now Panaic is posted up in the smoke. A nice transfer. Ooh, clean shooting there onto Radio. Ica trades it out, and that was close nonetheless. Kind of a cheeky position, not really setting yourself up for a very conducive one-on-one type duel, being straight up in the open, but valiant attempt nonetheless. And the retake from Artisan, just really well done.
Exactly what you said, because the smoke faded too soon. Panaic just wasn't in the position to hold it off. And so Ica able to be traded out, the teammates, or Radio trading out to the teammate. Look at this. Now you're seeing teamwork already build up. Of course, limited map space was taken early on. and they got the round win. That allows them to invest into stronger firepower. And I'd like to point out the thing that they're not buying a gun onto chamber. Instead, they're opting for 8 bullets in the headhunter. It's a little bit more powerful of a sheriff, but you have fewer bullets to spare.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, and going ahead one more time for the rinse and repeat of C, except for the fact that there's a molly blocking off that garage entrance and a fragment as well. Talk about getting pinched. The lobster claws in full effect there. Ica and Jacket coming around the bend. That attempt getting completely shut down, and look at this dominant positioning in garage. They heard it, and just the sound cues alone triggered such amazing utility usage from the side of Team Artisan.
Ica could have been put down to 1 HP even, but you have teammates to back it up since it was such a swarm into that garage position. One sound alert, like you mentioned, set off the entire trap, which was the incendiary, preventing them from falling out onto Seaside. And then, of course, Jacket holding that down. Then Ica pushing through into this window position. They really didn't have anywhere to go, so it became a flawless round. I'd like to see it. And even Ica sitting on 6 out of 7 orbs for that KO ultimate, so close to being on the board already.
Emmanuel, jousting. Oh my god, talk about joust. That is Shale with the amazing headhunter. 1 Domsky. Larry responds for the equalizer, but back to a 4 versus 4. Kind of a mano-a-mano joust. I love Sage. I mean, nothing feels better than getting a nice warm hug in the form of a heal when you're suffering. Oh my goodness. Hello, good morning. Ica, your head is now completely clean removed. Talk about headshots radio down long. He's going to connect on a response, and it's been a back and forth fiasco. 1 for 1, tit for tat. This entire round is now with a minute plus left on the clock. Spike in hand, clash in a 2 versus 2, and they're picking the better of the sites, at least for the time being. You can see Jet very fluid and mobile on that minimap, already rotated towards C site, ready to go.
Player standing.
It's another clean headshot, and this round has been very costly, but Hotspot Demon will trade out the other side of the Demons. 1 for 1 saying, hey, look, I'm the better of the Demon diff moment. But it's become a 1v1 in this bonus round for Team Artisan. A successful job, even if they can't clutch it out. But the Owl Drone will be sent out, hoping to find any part of the game. Not gonna be necessary, since Radio just clean off the bat, taking a 3rd one for Team Artisan.
Light work here, and that's a big round for the side of Artisan, like you said themselves. Hopping on that defuse, nothing feels better than that. At this point, with this advantage, let's see what Clash has got. At least in our previous Haven matchup, we ended off in a 2-1 scenario. Now with a 3-0, you can see just the results of that, not having any money to buy. Penag gonna dig deep into the good old wallet, whip out that Amex, and was contemplating the buy of a Marshall, and I don't think they're going to go ahead here to do that. It's just kind of a troll buy fest. If you're Clash at this point, I'm more of a fan of the full save and just worry about it on the next round. There's the chance of you coming back with this full buy on the side of Team Artisan, not going to be the easiest, especially if your full team isn't bought up.
And then also that operator is going to be put into place. Already A has been locked down because of the pressure they don't know yet, but the amounting to, and look where the spike is. They have yet to hold it off, and while that trademark will alert them of it, he's going to be taken down, but now the defenders know where the spike is hidden.
Hidden is, I mean, it's there. How hidden it is now it's hidden in Omen's cloak at this point. But Clash in a great position. I'm going to go ahead and digest the words that I spat out earlier. With this early dominance that they've placed now in a 5 versus 3, this is that critical round which will earn them not only a round, but potential weaponry here. Smoke's going out along with the paranoia, and off they go into sight here. Shale is watching. The overall pinging there of the trademark says, guys, they're over here, and the spike is just going to go ahead and further solidify that sound cue that comes out. Now for the retake in a 3v5. This is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Artisan.
You can send out the utility, and it's going to push a few members back, and now the shock darts will alert them of where they are, but they can peek out, and they're not getting the timing, the drop down for the 2 headshots. Look at this radio, and now they're trying to clear out the last member, which is Demon, who has the headhunter, lands the first shot, and it's become so close. They're just sticking the spike defuse, so they'll get it. They're not even getting halfway. Now the Marshal gonna tag up him a little bit, follow that up with the headhunter. Strive, I think you might want to eat your words a little bit right here, because they've just done what we thought could have been impossible. They collected not quite a thrifty round, but really near thrifty.
Listen here, cool cat Azula. Okay, I did eat my words mid-round. All right, let's just get the facts straight. The initial opening picks just really showed me the true light of what Clash is all about. They went in and, despite the brokenness of the economy, they pulled it together. And look at the overall scenario now. They are very much in the driving seat. Demon is just 1 point away from that Blade Storm, which will equate to more or less a full buy round. So Artisan's still in this for the running, but they've invested a lot into this one. Blade Storm is here, and I mean, the overall, yeah, guys, you might want to rotate at this point. B and C is looking like it's at the focal point of action for Clash, but the smoke, oh man, I love Brimstone. I just love how quickly after the changes those smokes can come down and completely nullify any kind of action.
Exactly. There's nothing you really can't fight when you're dealing with the Brimstone. You think to your team, I'll wait it out. I'll give it, let it fade, then we'll attack onto site. But if you're playing against a well-versed Brimstone and they're only focused on smoking one site, you could be waiting for upwards of 40 seconds just for all 3 smokes to fade.
Big paranoia. Off we go into garage. This time, no contest. Except the Owl drone coming on through. That's going to be a bit of a problem. 40 seconds, and at this point, Azula, if you want to even rotate off to A and B, that's not going to be very easy to do. Radio and Demon, 1-piece jacket, and it's Radio for the 2-piece combination. And yeah, I was going to say, they're basically as invested as you can get on a site, given how the time was going, and also given the fact that the Owl drone had basically foiled their plans in garage. So Team Artisan looking pretty darn good at this point, 4-1 lead, and now that deep buy that came out just a short bit ago from Clash has resulted in a very unfortunate economic scenario.
It looked very promising for a moment, but suddenly you have to deal with clutch factors such as Radio, who will now have a Hunter's Fury online. It's moments like these where you're not clear of how the teams are playing because they give Seaside up for so much space. It's only the Brimstone with those Sky Smokes, and it puts pressure on them. They don't want to push through the smoke because they've yet to get on site and find out how many members are there initially. That leads them to try to go somewhere else, which will cause Emmanuel to find 1 pick, and now this Hunter's Fury going for 2. Not going to collect a 3rd one because that would be almost insane, but now they're traveling out towards mid with Radio for 3.
Radio not only sharpshooting full-blown Hanzo mode with that Hunter's Fury, but comes in clutch, peeking that Blade Storm. No fear.jpg jumping into garage now. Panaic gets a bit of a surprise wake-up call now. Radio on track for the Ace-Aroni, and it's just a Demon in sight, and that is the cleanest crosshair placement and reaction time. Just a really well-executed ace for the side of Team Artisan.
While dropping the classic might have been like an attempt to BM your opponent, look at that. It allowed them to notify where the final member was standing. And of course, that whiffed op shot from Demon did not help out. It gave away the position of where they were hiding and ultimately allowed Radio to get that impressive ace. 12-2 right now in these early rounds. 5-1 is the scoreline. This is stressful for Clash. If you're trying to shut down this mega player, you're really gonna have to pull out a massive mine for that one.
Here we go. Radio getting aggressive again, feeling good off of that ace. Nice little aggressive push towards long A. That in itself, from the benefit of the sound cues that it offers, is going to be really good to hear what they're doing. However, there is nobody there to trade, so unless Radio is going to be the hero and is the hero only for 1, that's a free trade for Demon. The Reds comes back out, and yet again, in the best case for Clash, they're back in the driving seat in a 5v4.
0 Point gonna go out, slow down the push, but you can't fall past this wall. That's so strong. Shots from all of the members collecting that team ace. It's so well put together. They don't really apply pressure outside of their comfort limit, which is something we've talked about earlier on previous matches. They hold sites and they play for a retake when they know it's better to. So for example, on Seaside, Jacket all alone. But then you look towards A and there's 3 of them holding 1 crossfire. You don't really know where to go because who knows if the 3-man setup is going to be there next round or not. You don't want to push C because you have to deal with a Brimstone. This really just leaves a lost squad.
With Shale on the Tour de Force opener onto Shay, it's Trouble Fiasco. Panaic with the lighter op purchase is able to get the one back, but you can see just how strong this aggression is from Shale. Posted up in garage, is going to be looking for another opening pick. Of course, it's not, well, Ica, that is a crosshair and a half. I mean, bonus style points. You're almost as cool as Azula with those glasses on, but Shale, again, peeking out of garage, is going to go look for a Wild Emmanuel. Now switching off of to the Tour de Force to the Vandal, pushing further. And with this overall situation looking really good for the side of Team Artisan, they toss that away with Emmanuel getting a pick onto Radio. Free orb for the side of Panaic, and I don't think they're going to get much else off of this round, at least for the time being. The spike's on A, though, and that's actually a free plant. I lied. Panaic, though. Oh, boy. Oh, Shale. Almost shattered my heart there, and in the end was able to reign supreme. So 2v1 now for Team Artisan.
Holding an off angle could go massive for the squadron if they can complete this. But the retake is coming through together, and I'd like Team Artisan to just speed it up a little bit more because the clock is ticking and the spike could blow up soon. They have to deal with this off angle, and I don't think they're going to be predicting it. They're ready to trade it out, but no, they don't need a trade because you only need Shale with 4 kills to clutch out a round again for the team.
Massive clutch and 7-1 now. Team Artisan showing us the pedigree of what they're all about. Coming off of, like you said, wins the previous week on both Pit of Valor and on the Val and Chill. Looking really, really good. Teetering towards the end of this initial half here, Azula, talk me through the overall clash vibes that you're getting. What has been working and where can you see improvements come out? You know, from the Team Artisan side, I'll just say they're doing what we love to see, which is looking for map control and getting opening picks, which again gives them comfort on the defender side, knowing that there is 3 possible sites to pick from.
On the side of Clash, I like to see a little bit more punishing for Team Artisan's over-aggression. You see that they take active space towards mid, bunch up and swing that together because you will likely get a trade if you drop a member, or even when you stick together on site, you can't all rush the same angle into a crossfire, but you have to be prepared to fight back, and that's, I think, what they're struggling with because this Hunter's Fury out of nowhere collected a kill, and then Shale and Ica just continuing the storm. Now Spike has been dropped and it's all up to Panaic.
Panaic in the corner. Oh boy, the fragment is just a problem. No. Oh, don't you dare. Ica. Minus the knife. I mean, to seal that off with the fragment is just really rubbing salt in the wound.
That got almost too troll-like because when you have confidence, you go for these massive plays. Of course, it waited till Radio brought in that Hunter's Fury Knight. It was unpredictable because he was standing in A site and no one thought, oh, well, we're in A lobby. We're perfectly safe, chill, let's have some fun, vibe together, drink tea, whatever. Now you're being shot with this massive laser Hunter Fury, just demolishing the team. What can you do to combat that? Not a lot. You just had to run away, and ultimately, it was unpredictable. They were just not in the right spot, just like that where Emmanuel was not in the right spot.
You gotta appreciate Shale's attempts though. Like whether it's Garage or Long C, what Artisan has been doing is really extending their reach. They have no desire to sit back and get walked all over. They're constantly on the prowl, like you said, being active defenders, looking for opportunity to give them the gap that they need to succeed on this defender side and map, and doing a great job at that. So with Clash now, Spike in hand, and I hope and dream of getting something on Team Artisan, it's Shale and Demon. Just sharpshooting, basically, at this point, call it a deathmatch. These guys are landing some clean picks all across the map here.
They don't really have to invest a lot of strategies into this map, and that's, I think, a little bit why it's difficult to break down exactly what's happening, besides just Team Artisan is steamrolling on the defensive half. When they switch to the attack, who knows what will happen? It's so stressful to deal with because you have to constantly think, oh, are they over peeking me here? Are they going to step in and flank? Is there a Hunter's Fury or some other ultimate to just take me out of my position?
It's kind of nerve-wracking when you think about a grand scheme, right? You don't, what in the Shale? Just flexing here with the aggression. Yeah, back to the point. You said it well. It's nerve-wracking to have to consider so many things. Not only are you trying to worry about the macro of the overall round and the strat you're trying to execute, but you're trying to, deal with the micro of these weird pushes and random aggression of Team Artisan. Look, like in that case, Larry's like, oh my God, they're pushing long A. Turns around, oh dude, they're already pushing long C. So it's just really difficult to manage. It's like juggling, cans of gasoline that are pretty much lit on fire at this point.
Can they bring it back to collect the last round and a half is our hope. Maybe a desire, because this map isn't entirely close. It's been very one-sided, and the only round that was collected was a Thrifty. How can they recreate what happened in that Thrifty? Because they were a little bit more cautious with the peaks they took. They were careful to ensure that they had the highest chance to win. So if they can do that again, it should be better. But look at this. It's a full just push down mid together with the team all down B, and they're going to be able to collect that kill down C long. They were unpredicting of this, and well, Demon will be taken off the map eventually. The damage is done, and they're in a frenzy.
The res comes out for Clash. That's a last-ditch attempt. The wall is going to go ahead and block off this long C fiasco. Call it advantageous or not, they're kind of now pigeonholed in a very unfortunate scenario. Ica gets the better of one. They're just going to go ahead and hop down the good old funnel down long C, and it's a mo fest here for the side of Team Artisan.
In addition, when your KO is still live and not taken off the map, it's a free camera. So, Pianic, where can you go? You're in the vision of Ica. While that res will come through to bring them back up when you're down, it's risky to say the least. You have to take them off the map, but you have to fight 3 other enemies that are pushing you. We've swapped sides, so Team Artisan is on the attack now. But that was a quick first half. And I'm not going to say it again, but I might have to, because I just blinked and I almost lost half the game.
I mean, dude, it's been a roller coaster this evening, to say the least. Like, map number 1 was one thing. Map number 2 gave us a bit of a whiff of a more intense matchup, and then we get to this point of Team Artisan, your Pit of Valor and Val and Chill winners, just dumping style points all across the board. And the unfortunate case for Clash now is they have no real padding to fall back on. I mean, being in a 1-round delta and just 2 for match point for Artisan, it's going to be very troubling. Albeit they're going to go ahead and try and play the cheeky positioning here. Oh. And cheeky it is for Emmanuel, making the better of Ica with that opening pick.
That's the spike down on the opening pick. All they have to do is just rotate with their shorties, playing these close angles. Of course, because you have a shorty, you don't have a long range defense, so it's easier to take down. You have to clear out those smokes. They ultimately will, but for a moment when the spike was down, they had the best chance to win this pistol round. You can't really leave your Ica just roaming free. And you can't let your radio just cross out with knife out in hand.
Demon on the board, just wiping faces with that sheriff. And give it a second here. Yeah, there it is. Announcer gonna go ahead and make the details loud and clear. Off to match point we go. Buy what you can here, Clash. It's literally do or die at this point.
Exactly what you said, because they went so aggressive and they were quick on it. Well, that just was something else. And we're looking at match point right here, like you mentioned. It's not a strong map for Clash. It was so quick, we didn't get to see them bring out this Sage pick. They haven't been able to wall off a really particular area because they have to just buy off. Now that wall will delay a little bit, and it will alert them that they have to really fight for this A space. With a Marshall in hand, they're making it work. They're trying to get as many kills as possible, but they really have to hold off on anyone pushing the site.
And despite the turmoils and the troubles, Ica just wants a friendly knife fight. Can someone give Ica a hug, please? I'd really appreciate that. But yeah, Spike goes down for Team Artisan. They're in the advantage now and pushing on through. Demon going to go ahead and spam. Shay, Frenzy, Fiasco, the Molly going to go ahead and do a bit of cooking towards spawn. And unfortunately, Clash now is pinned in a very unfortunate situation in a 2 versus 1.
It's not easy. It could be doable, but you have to risk a lot of HP to try to get into sight. And the clock has been ticking for long enough. If one falls, they don't have to give away all their position. So Demon might die, but how long can they hold off on this spike defuse? They're just running around, and the knife has been pulled out by Jacket. They're just running away. It's a victory with a knife kill to finish off. Now, drive. That last map was something else, to say the least.
You get bonus points for coming on desk already decked out to the max. I mean, that's swag to the infinite. And I mean, I think you have almost as much swag. No, I lied. You definitely have way more swag than what Artisan brought to the table here. They took that one 13-1 in a very orderly fashion. Haven map number 3, it definitely didn't disappoint us tonight.
It didn't disappoint at all because it went from, hey, let's go quick on the pistol as I predicted, to suddenly 13 rounds on the board. And what did Clash have to fight back? Only a thrifty round. Of course, that thrifty round was very impressive to say the least, and we were amazed that they collected it. But they weren't able to continue what they got on the thrifty round, and that was ultimately their downfall.
Yeah, it's been a rough road to say the least on that map, and I'm sure Clash is going to walk away with a few lessons learned. And congratulations to Team Artisan. They're going to be proceeding ahead further and further into the bracket. I don't know, not too much to write home about just yet, but map number 4 is around the bend. But with that, you guys know the drill here on Pit of Valor. Halfway through the evening, we do switch some faces around and bring lovely casters to replace Azula and I. We're going to be stepping away and giving the desk off to the fantastic Becky and Cup of Frag, who are going to come and take you through the next 3 matches all the way to the Grands. Of course, we're going best of one right to the end, fighting it out for $50 here tonight. A big thank you to our viewers that have stuck by our side. And I hope you entered the giveaway, ! Giveaway in chat, for a 1-year membership to the Gaming Lounge in Rochester, New York. You got to be local and follow the rules in that post. As well, guys, our Discord has been absolutely booming in terms of member count. And not only is it a place for you guys to get support during our matches, yes, clap, 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 very, very warranted. It's a chance to keep up to date with what we're bringing you when we go live, matches, events, and any kind of good news that we got to bring you. And it's the quickest and easiest way to digest it, next to Twitter, of course. Of course, before I also step away, Azula, I'm sorry I have a lot to say. From our end, guys, ! talent in chat for Azula and I in terms of our socials, and as well a thank you to Carol and Fade in the background, producing and observing and keeping it real. So if there's no closing thoughts from your end here, Azula, I think we're ready to go to a break. Yes or no?
I think without further ado, we should go to a break,
Okay. On that note, that is us signing off for the evening. 3 more matches to come. I can't take you seriously. I'm investing in glasses like that for the next one. Guys, don't go too far. Map number 4 is just around the bend. Talk to you soon.
Hand in hand, crossing, just rotating with Sage right now to the dam.
Throwing that down before the
as they would probably like, but oh, God, never mind as a double collat comes out from one up shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Quinn is
Up to Hurricane Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers, to Pit of Valor, brought to you by Great Lakes Gaming, number 81. I am Becky. I am joined here by the lovely, the amazing, the beautiful Cup of Frag. And then, you know, he's usually always right here hanging out to my side. But this is my dog Apollo. As long as he cooperates about where he is laying, this camera will be able to pick him up. And anytime we're on the desk, you'll be able to see him react to me being very excited, talking about things. Or just right now, he's staring out the window and he's very still because he thinks he's stalking squirrels. It's very cute. Thank you for being with us.
I'm gonna pet Apollo real quick.
Yeah, perfect.
My virtual pets, and that's all I get. That it will end there. So with that being said, we are so excited. We've been amped all day for this, and it's time. It's finally here. Let's get stuck in. I heard, rumor has it, we have Breeze coming up first, Becky. I don't know about you. Did you hear that as well?
I did hear that, and that's what our beautiful overlay says right below us. Our players knew. Our players were like, Apollo's going to be on the desk. What is Apollo like? Apollo loves going to the beach. Like, loves long walks on the beach, loves rolling in the waves, loves to go swimming. Is a Labrador, so that makes sense. They just knew. So we're going to Breeze. It's going to be a great start to our day. And for a fun fact for all of our viewers, too, like, Cup of Frag is the first caster that I ever cast Valorant with. And that was almost a year ago. And this is the second time we're casting together. And so I am so excited, so over the moon, so hyped. And it's with Apollo. This literally could not be better. The energy is just insane.
It's through the roof. It's been through the roof. Thanks to Carol, thanks to Ben, thanks to everyone behind the scenes as well. Just keeping that energy going. And we're trying to bring it to the server, give it through to the players. Hopefully they can have a banging game when we get into things very, very shortly. If you will, it's a dog's day out. And it's actually sunny outside right now in Vancouver, Canada. So why not take it to another sunny place?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's always sunny in Los Angeles, California, but sometimes it's too hot, you know? So actually today was perfect. Apollo and I went on our like nice midday walk, and there were people just like sitting outside, hanging out on their like patios, and that like never happens. Usually it's like too hot. So beautiful day. You know it's beautiful. You know it's going to be beautiful. We're playing Pit of Valor. We've got Team Artisan versus 99 here. We're just waiting for our players to get ready and get down into this agent select. Thanks so much again for hanging out with us. We hope you all are having a good day, and I hope it's about to get a whole lot better as we get into some Valorant.
I'm going to be really honest with you. We'll get back to that. It's an irrelevant comment, but it's funny. We'll look at the rosters first of all. Who have you got going? Well, you've got Plorp, you've got Exio, you've got Shark, you've got Whitemouth, and you've got Haram taking on Art Demon, PSR, Art Shell, Jacket, and Arc Aaka. So Artisan taking on 99. I love the simplicity of these names, Becky. I'm going to say they're right at the gate. This is like a caster's dream for regards to the names of the teams.
I'm going to mess up a few of them every once in a while. I mean, there was a while for last week, I kept calling Jacket Jackal. In the end, I'm blaming Valorant's font choice because the lowercase t and a lowercase l look pretty similar, especially from far away. But seeing it now definitely makes sense. If this neon is coming out, I think that this would be the first time I am seeing a neon. Woo!
Oh, gimme. This is magic.
I know. Oh my gosh.
I'm a bit upset because I missed out on a neon opportunity to cast last week. I missed it by a game. There was an overlapping event, but this event isn't overlapping. This is happening right now. It couldn't get better. I'm gonna say it if I can find my words. I'm that excited because Neon is my favorite agent. By the way, Neon on the map of Breeze, Becky, so special. Those fast lanes, those stuns. You can do so much with the speed and velocity you have if it's used correctly. And I love that there's a Viper there as well. They can really cause some chaos.
Oh, that based on you, I haven't seen a lot of Neon. Definitely haven't seen a lot of Neon in high level Valorant play. I've mostly just seen it in like streamer solo queues and alongside all of those. So I'm very excited to finally, this is going to be my first time casting Neon in a high level tournament game. And it makes sense. It makes sense that she would be very good on, especially this map that has a lot of long range utility to be played with. And she is obviously very good at that and good at closing those distances. So I'm excited to see how that is going to shake up. Are there any other team compositional changes and differences that you're very interested in seeing for these two teams?
Having a gander here, and this is the new meta speaking to you. Viper versus the Omen, of course. So with Omen getting those changes, getting a bit more jacked, a bit more buff, if you will. Omen's been hitting the gym faster, better, stronger, completely. I think that's the best way to summarize it. If you want to have a look at those patch notes, been and gone, definitely do so if you're a bit behind the mill of what's happening in Valorant. But the Omen versus Viper, I'm interested to see if that new meta is going to come into play. How about for yourself? Anything for you that you're like, this is mandatory for Breeze, and anything that you think they're doing right or wrong for the agent selection so far?
I mean, I'm pretty much with you. The big differences, as you mentioned, are this Omen between the Viper and then the Sky versus the Neon. I feel like Sky is definitely the safer pick. It has both the flashes, it has the intel that can be gathered, and I can understand being like, oh, but we already have a Sova for that. So moving on to something like that Neon to just get a little bit of like extra punching power when getting onto a site. So I'm interested to see in how that difference works out for both of these teams as well.
I love that. It's a great point about the Sky versus the Neon. Just see who's going to have sort of more impact off the rip, off the get-go. The Viper util is looking ready to go. That toxic screen is right up there, and that's as much as Viper has been nerfed in the sense of damage, that's still so impactful. That vision blocking, and they don't even know if they're in sight yet.
Ooh, and a little bit of a trade back and forth there, but Shale gets another one, and then it immediately gets trade back once more, completely back and forth, until all of a sudden it is one full HP Shark against 3 low health Team Artisan members. So one goes down immediately to those quick ghost shots coming out from Shark here, who's now going to have to peek around a corner, gets one, but now they're both going to know where Shark is hanging out, who is looking a little bit worse for wear, and that spike is constantly ticking down, tries to go for the shots onto radio, but gets taken out from the side by Jacket.
Unfortunate for Shark. Good attempt, good push, good movement in the sense of just kind of getting past yellow and trying to get a bit of site control, but number advantage. Tough when you come in versus like a 3 versus 1. Neon overexerts a bit, gets that one pick, but no more to be seen. Got a question. Do you remember, I think this is ironic. This is really ironic because the first time we cast, I'm pretty sure there was a Shark name in that lobby as well. Do you remember Sharky and Jewel, a TV show?
I do not remember that TV show.
I think it is maybe a bit before on's time, and that's okay.
I remember Land Sharks. That was way before my time, but my older brothers were obsessed with it.
Sharks are awesome, and I want to see the potential of Shark in the server. Had that sort of that bite in the first round. Talking of bite, that's a bite cut up from Chamber.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big buy, but I mean, it's coming out in dividends there, be able to get those nice long-range shots. Now 2 headshots here for Shale, who then is just able to teleport away to safety. Does get a little bit tagged there, but I mean, does not matter if you were able to get 2 kills for practically free, and the bomb is down, and yeah, sure, that's just a quick equation, you know, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, 4 kills for Shale there, and a breakneck speed second round going to Team Artisan.
Yeah, that's how to make the opponent mild, getting that Vandal in the second round. Like, it's unorthodox, isn't it? If you've got the money to, it's such a risk, regardless of kind of where you're sitting, and it really did pay dividends. A 4K, you can't go wrong. You can't complain at all, and that puts Shale right to the top of the scoreboard by chance. So let's see if that Vandal can pack a punch as we take a nice walk through the beach. Hope Apollo's having a good time.
He's having a great time. Oh, and we have the Apollo cam on here now too. Yes, he's dreaming about the beach. He's so excited. This is him excited. He also has a very like hyper energetic excited, but we went on a big walk to make sure every time I have to cast, I have to make sure he gets a nice long walk so that he is chill for the whole time that I'm casting. And you know who else needs to be chill? Aika, playing this Neon, hyper energetic, going all over the place, getting a ton of great shots. Doesn't go down there to Robbery Virgin, but you know, it happens when you're peeking into 3 of them all of a sudden. So Porpoise also getting some nice shots there, but Jacket picking up 2 very nicely from the side of that yellow box there. And now Shark against the world, able to get that kill onto Jacket, almost gets nicked by those shock darts. Oh, and Marshall shots to the side of the head, taking off the hood from this Omen, but so far, so good. Is going to have to just go for those peaks and try to get something to happen, but it is just not going to end up being good enough, and Team Artisan will take their 3rd win in a row.
Artisan looking very convincing with these pushes here. I'm a believer already in the sense of the trades that are happening, the push on with regards to Neon and the likes of Acre. And it doesn't come down to frags. You put those frag count out the window, it's just talking about one aggressive push to get that position call out and to get the motion of those trades to begin. Kind of a selfless agent, you have to be Neon on this site, or this map, I should say. And that's exactly what's working right now. Teamwork is making the dream work.
It really is, and that's something that I've praised Artisan for on previous rounds as well. Shale, though, I mean, has just been MVP with getting these first bloods in every single round. Started off with a nice one with that Tour de Force. And now, you know, changing between the Vandal and the Tour de Force. I mean, Shale is the name of the game. Absolutely insane and doing dividends for Team Artisan and just holding down the fort and taking them to victory time and time again. Pushing up aggressively, does get taken out by Shark, but you know, got 3 before going down.
I was gonna say maybe a little bit aggressive. Deserved that one for Survivor.
Definitely deserved that one. But you know, when you get 3 before, you know, you gotta still be happy with it.
Oh yeah, you go laughing your way to the bank. And I had a short moment there, a very short moment. You can tell it's been a long day when I saw a player going up the zip line by bridge, and I thought they were climbing the tree. I thought they were climbing the tree.
I did the same exact thing just now. I was like, I didn't know you could do that.
That's new. That's a new thing. A new patch come through, climbing trees. Well, new meta. I'll be climbing all the trees, get all the vision.
Ooh, there we go. Also, Riot, that's your next map idea. Allow people to climb trees and hang out with their sniper rifles in trees. There we go.
Oh, can you imagine? Just like the bears that are over in the back of Breeze with the sniper. Yeah. Good ideas, good thoughts.
That'd be so good.
I like this.
So good. But I mean, it's looking like 99 Thieves is going to have to do something, change it up a little bit as Ica. I mean, for a second time, kind of just getting into the complete backlines, being able to just neon dash and run through that tunnel and just end up behind the enemy team has been able to do so much for the starting side of Team Artisan.
Proper Mal, and talking to sort of team, we're making the dream wish the post plan, right? That Viper's Pit and the shots to hit coming straight through to the dome with the Headhunter. Just non-stop action here for the likes of Team Artisan. I can see why you're singing their praises. They deserve their praises to be sung.
Yeah, they were able to win last week's Pit of Valor and also won our weekend tournament. So they're definitely somebody to be like threatened by and reckoned with, because they are coming in strong. I mean, if you have not, maybe you've just been sleeping like Apollo this whole time and you need a little bit of a wake-up call, 5-0, and there is a reason for it. Every single one of these rounds has just been so decisive.
Very, very decisive. And you mentioned last round, and let's get a bit more serious here. Let's sort of dig into this for 99 Thieves. What do we need to see for them to seek out that victory? We need to see better trades. Simply put, that's all it comes down to, because already they've got side control. That's fine. But on the retake, you've got to try and be disciplined, not just for a 1 and done, but for a 1, then a 2 in the trade. There's the 1, and that's looking good. That's the first blood we've seen out here from 99 Thieves in a long time. And there comes the Blade still going for the second, but not going to muster it. Oh boy, the frags are still running through. It's 4 versus 2.
And I mean, Ica is even not here and actually did just see Shark go through mid, so they know where the final remaining player of 99 Thieves is. Ica didn't even have to play that round.
Just changing the feet on the mice, perhaps. Just hanging out. I want to put these new feet on here. Try these ones out. Well, you know what? If you're winning by this far, I don't blame a player for maybe taking a little break, maybe a bio break, if you will. Regardless, still the full buy-in and big chance here for 99 Thieves. I'm talking of a full buy-ish with a couple of rifles, but for their economy, I think this is the best it could get right now. Tour de Force is available as well, might I add.
Yeah, Tour de Force gonna have to be what Harambe goes for going into this round, and there it is to start off, hoping to get some of these long-range kills that their team so desperately needs. We've got Harambe for the long-range kill, Plorpus for the close-range kills, and just hoping that one of them will be able to be successful. They need to get a first blood, and they need to start using their numbers to their advantage if they're gonna start getting any sort of foothold in this game.
Isn't that the truth? To start to see some confidence. the higher you go at the food chain, I think it's something that applies to all levels of Valorant as well. But what makes a pro player or an aspiring player better is confidence, and which not seeing too much here for 99 Thieves. They seem a bit dubious with their peaks, and it's been completely taken advantage. Look already, another pick at mid. Team Artisan, they've rotated, they've got to get this spike down. It's still at their leisure.
This is also just, it's so hard it's hard to have that confidence and be able to make those good decisions when you're 0 to 6. You're
Back against the
obviously
wall.
like,
Yeah.
losing round after round, and you just have to find a way to keep that mental looking good. And Shark, last player standing once again, and the footsteps just coming through. One player behind him. Maybe they'll go for the knife. Oh, goes for the concuss first, and Neon just running around. Does have the knife out, but Shark with those concuss shots still able to grab it. And now 2 remain, is gonna quickly just try to get rid of that recon dart, but does get shot out by it. Gets that kill onto Demon, but with that spike ticking so fast, won't be able to go for that defuse, and just gonna go ahead and save the Vandal, which, considering how a lot of these rounds are going, maybe that Vandal could be the make or break between the next one.
Yeah, I think it's just cause to save that. And anything could happen with the Gladiator rifle. I've always loved that perspective for that one player that can pop off in the game of Valorant, the world you're always done. At this moment, Shark is trying so hard, trying to engage that backpack mode. We've all been there where it's like, guys, try, please do something, help me out. But the problem is, it's not even down to the issue or misplays coming out of 99 Thieves. It's the outplays, the counterplays, all strategized like all these animals around the table. That's exactly Team Odison right now. In the team comps, I can imagine them just lighting it up.
What a beautiful way to put it. Just like the animals hanging out, strategizing. And you can tell that they've also just like probably strategized a whole lot before this even. They've probably played this map a bunch. I mean, you don't bring a character like Neon onto a new-ish map, new agent, without having played it a bunch, being ready to just, this is finally like, Pit of Valor is the spot in between like taking off the training wheels and like figuring out if you can for sure ride that 2-wheeler. And it's looking like so far Team Artisan are handily showing that this Neon can have a good place on this map, and it's going pretty smoothly.
I like how you talked about sort of like taking the training wheels off. I remember when I was riding a bike when I was young, and finally you take those training wheels off. Like, I'm ready to go. But maybe you're going to have a bump or fall along the way. And I think that's 99 Thieves right now. They're trying to pick themselves up, trying to strategize, and trying to re-energize themselves back into this game. But it's so difficult. And I say that now, and I might even just take back what I said. There's 2 operators. There's 2 operators on the attacking side for Team Artisan. What do you do?
The surprising part also is that neither of them are on the jet. You're so used to seeing that operator on the jet. I mean, Neon can't even like do any kind of quick dash away once that shot has been handled, which is normally why you put it on something like the jet. But Demon gonna try and hold it back, getting 2 kills there for 1. And now Shark also being able to take Jacket off guard there is trying to even this up in a 2v3 situation. But we do see some damage put. The overdrive, too much for Plorpus, and Demon finally finding and sniffing out that final remaining Shark there. And 9 rounds under Team Artisan's belt. It's so hard to even start to think about what 99 Thieves could be doing, because even on the rounds where they do put themselves into a place where they aren't getting slaughtered by Team Artisan's utility, 99 Thieves are just losing the gunfights. And when you're in a situation where you're losing on utility and you're losing on gunfights, you have to start just being really creative, or maybe like unconventionally aggressive in places where you wouldn't normally expect, to try and just get some amount of information and try something different to get yourselves into a better place.
Eloquently put, that's all they got to do. I say that's all they got to do. Make it sound easy. It's not easy when you're playing against someone that's just making it look easy breezy on Breeze. The Bladestorm right to the face. The Viper continuing in this frag race, and it's 4 versus 2. Like, barely an opportunity to consider what you're going to do in the round. Like, you've looked at your weapon. You've inspected your Vandal. The round's over. That's the experience right now for 99 Thieves.
It's exactly the experience that's happening right now. Plorpus trying to see some information, get some shots, but some blades back into Plorpus's face means that, all right, let's do a little bit of a dash away here. Maybe hang out with my friend over on this site and see if we can just catch some people as they come onto site. Oh, that drop is going to give Ica a little bit of information and does mean that Plorpus will go down. Harambe is able to get one, but Jacket finishes it off. 10 points, double digits. Team Artisan are just blazing through these last few games.
Yeah, if you imagine like you're leaving the house, you're grabbing your jacket off the coat rack. Jacket's already got the jacket zipped up before everyone else is ready to go and said, I'm ready to go. Let's go. We're ready. We're ready. Look at the frag count, though. Speaking of that, Jacket, not the most fragtastic in this game, but you don't need to be as a Viper. That isn't your role. And that's exactly the role reversal issue when you look at the other side of the fence to defender side. Shark, as I mentioned, trying the best not to harp on the frag count alone. But as a controller, you can only do so much.
Only so much is a great way to put it, and is now just trying to use that utility to the best of Shark's advantage. Went for that kind of cheeky in smoke play, but 1 versus 5 is still just a little bit too much. That swift little neon feet able to keep Ica safe there, and now fast lane getting right in Plorpus's face. But when you don't have a gun out, Plorpus is able to get a little bit of damage done there, but the dash into the wall does mean the Jacket is able to take Plorpus down. What a fun name also, Plorpus. I'm having a really good time saying that one.
I've noticed actually, and I encourage it. It's awesome. It really is awesome. Love hearing the excited and passionate voice we say these different names, and okay, maybe a slight bit of potential here. Spike's still not down. 3 versus 1.
I mean, Recon Dart is going to get a little bit of information, at least not on that bridge. And, all right, that little bit of a step out there is a bit unfortunate. And that elbow is seen by Shale there. Shale kind of just peeking around that corner, some shots through that wall and coming up around the corner, peeking back and forth. Shale gonna come out on top, as Shale has been doing this whole game. Top of the board for Team Artisan, and when you're top of the board in a game where you are 11-0, you know that that's just got to be somebody who is holding it down and keeping it up.
Holding it down, running it down. They are just so aggressive. I am interested to see when they get to that defender side, though, if that aggression might be something they get punished for. Because if you have that tendency, and I don't know if you've been in that position before where you've had a long lead and rank completely different experience, but I think on a competitive stature of any game at all, and I know you've got experience with MTG, if you've kind of got that convinced in your mind that you've won the game, sometimes it can slip, sometimes you can let it go. Harambe, looking for those mistakes to be made, does have the tour de force out, but bad news bears is the other side.
Oh no, I don't like bad news bears. I only like good bears that are fluffy and have the cute ears. And I mean, Team Artisan is definitely bad news bears to 99 Thieves right now. They are just coming in strong once again. Wiremouth. Hello. Ooh, okay, nicely picking up some kills, going for that high shot, but does not finish cleaning off Shale there. Grabs a little bit of a better gun, 30 HP, and a bit of a dream here in a 1v2 situation for Plorpus. But you just gotta reposition yourself. If they know where you are, there's only so long you can hide, and Demon finishes it off. A 12 match point as the side switches. Team Artisan just need one more to take it home in a very swift fashion.
Bold attempts here. Very, very bold attempts, 99 Thieves. You talked of adaptations. They tried. They most certainly tried. They were disciplined with the eco. They tried to kind of stack sites. They tried to do off angles. They tried to play in smokes, as you mentioned, from Shark just a couple of rounds ago. But nothing at all is able to cancel just the momentum and it's just unstoppable force that is Team Artisan. You said about them winning previous titles. I can see them, no issue right now, going all the way if they're playing like this for the rest of the day here as we explore what's in the garage at the mid on breeze. I've missed these GLG lines of sight. Love it. Absolutely love it. This pistol has never felt so important, and oh no, it's looking good already.
Oh, but a nice little trade back there. Shark able to pick up a 1, and taking down Ica is certainly good. Taking down a lot of that initial onslaught that can be coming on to the enemies as they're trying to push onto the site. Some shock darts to try and hold back some of the members trying to push onto this A site. Turn around, getting that kill onto Shale's got to feel pretty good too. And for once in this game, I feel like 99 Thieves have the numbers advantage and they're keeping it up. Wiremouth taking down Demon. 2 members remaining for Team Artisan, but I don't know if they know how up close and personal Jacket is.
I don't think they know at all. I think there's potential flank maybe coming for them as well here. And the flank is going to come and they're going to be able to muster up that coverage. No 13-0, not on my watch, says the 99 Thieves. And off they go. That's a good feeling. Regardless of the final scoreline, not getting 13-0'd, you can sleep tonight. You can sleep tonight if you're 99 Thieves.
Oh, and I mean, sleep, very important. I mean, that could be one of the reasons that we're seeing 99 Thieves go down so low to the wire here against Team Artisan. Maybe they just had a rough time sleeping last night. I know that makes me play a lot worse in any game is when I don't get a good night's sleep, get those nice dreams, count those sheep. Because 99 Thieves, they've got to count pretty high. And especially when they're 1-12, they've got to at least count to 11 and get 11 more rounds to bring themselves to a place where they have a chance of winning this game.
And, you know, I talked of high progression getting punished. No, not getting punished at all. The Headhunter finally does get taken down by a very interesting run and gun sheriff play. He does do those every round.
I mean, you do what you gotta do and you make it work. Florpa's also nicely getting a kill there. 2 kills there onto Jacket and Iga showing off nicely with this. Marshall here, 20 HP, but getting some nice heals thanks to that Sky. So one of the reasons you would pick up a agent like that. Demon, though, peeking around that corner, does take out the member that is going for that plant and now is in a 1v2 situation. Ooh, dodges that paranoia and Shark cleans it up. 2 points. I mean, that's gotta start to make you feel really good once you've moved to this attacking side.
The nod of approval. You don't see it always because Apollo has the cam. We don't always have the cam. We're sort of behind the scenes to hear our mics, but I'm nodding. It's approved, and hopefully Apollo can see that too. Just having a snooze right now, and you can't blame Apollo for that. It's tough. It's really tough for a team that are so far down. But right now, I'm proud. I'm proud to see 99 Thieves put some resistance up against what we've seen from Team Artisan. This round in particular, I don't think this is going to be the one to kind of seal the deal. But saying that, there is a force coming out here from the likes of Team Artisan, I believe.
Ooh, getting a little bit shot out, but Harambe was able to make it through without getting spotted by that recon dart. So hoping that one of them peeks out. It, in fact, does not happen. But Ike and Florpus do a little bit of a trade back and forth there. And finally, once more, Team Artisan is in a place where they have the numbers advantage on this attacking side, on this defending side. Ooh, Shark, you're the last one remaining with the Guardian, but Demon and Ica just running in. I mean, once again, I mean, that was exactly what you were saying with that situation of just being extremely aggressive. And now I woke Apollo up. I got so excited I woke Apollo up. He's like, I gotta lick my feet. What's up?
What's happened?
What'd you think about that game, bud? Oh, okay.
I get it. I get it, Apollo, and I think that's the 99 Thieves we feel, and maybe licking their wounds, if you will, because 13-2, that's rough. But, you know, they did put up a good fight to come back in that second half from having no rounds at all. You've got to have that good mental to be able to turn it into something, and they definitely did. And against Team Artisan, you sung their praises earlier for good reason. 13-2 reflects exactly that.
Yep. And I mean, 99 Thieves, they really did at least get to take 2 rounds off of Team Artisan. And it's got to be really intimidating, too. I mean, if you have been paying any attention to GLG and the events that we have, then you would probably know Team Artisan. And you would probably know that they've won quite a few of our tournaments in this recent month. So immediately then going, oh, who are we playing against in this round? Team Artisan? That's a rut row from me, dog. I'm gonna just maybe start shaking in my boots, and that's not really a place you want to be in. I mean, I get it. You like want to play against people who are a lot better than you, but there is just that element of just being a little bit like scared. And I wonder if maybe that is why 99 Thieves just really took a while to find their stride and get going against this team. But GG's to both of our teams, and we hope to see 99 Thieves again next week, potentially for a rematch, bring in some new strategies, and be able to bring it home against Team Artisan in the future.
Yes, indeed. That's one of those you go back and do the VOD review. What did you do right in those first 2 rounds of that second half that you didn't do in that first half? Questions that that'll be only they can answer, and hopefully they can transfer into their future games as well. If I'm not mistaken, I do believe we're going to go to a very short little break before we come back for plenty more Valor action. But I want to make Ben happy, and I'll make sure that you guys and girls know all about what there is with regards to what GLG is offering. There's a expansion going on right now in the sense of there's the 420 celebrations of the grand opening of GLG. Please make sure you go check that out.
Open.
It's the best day of days, right? There's going to be so many smiles, there'll be so much laughter. By coincidence, well, that's for you to decide. That's not for me to say. But in Rochester, New York, if you are there, please go check it out. I'm trying to find the information now. I'm so excited. I started talking about it before I even had the information pulled up. The 22nd floor of the Innovation Square. I read this before, Ben. I definitely did. And if you're interested in checking this out, please type !GLG LAN in the chat, and you yourself can get all the information and not just listen to my voice going on and on. Talking to my voice going on, I'm going to shut up for a second, give you some time to have that tactical timeout, and you, Becky, as well. Catch you very shortly after this little break.
I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final came through, but man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through, before the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Waiting around the corner on the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12.
But honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jets down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Way to split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Vader's going to get tagged, but nobody checks it. Vader finds two. The gravity well pulled him. Steals the third one. Oh no, Vader would run away as well. It's three the other way from the Jets on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Play him down. It is posters. Spotted. Takes the beat here. His shoulders through the hand in hand. Rusty just rotating the same right now. The dance breaks on the Rosian. ZK's been leading the whole time. They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death though as he scored. Side of MMG has betrayed, taking the victory. And victory lap.
As they would probably like. God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played. And it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Lennon.
Hurricane Aura makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through, before the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. We just have to wait and see. ZK waiting around the corner on the shore, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here. Match.
Greedy
double Galat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Glennon.
Nowhere King Gamora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but it might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But again, this shot from the mid, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or neutral.
Throwing that down before the kick came through for the strike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, ours did much right now. Is ours against the world, able to get one here if they are ready to clutch that ball. Driving! Oh, and that was really close for Ari. Might have just disabled, but now we're going
Crosshair, Mendez, aim practice at this point. Second, no. Taking through market, Curry is in trouble. And then realizing he won't go to sight. Taking through one, Blaze Storm, Juicy. Damage to one, dismissal. Honestly, I don't think it matters.
They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. Trade into victory.
As they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one op shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of NMG. Mike Glennon.
I'm nowhere King 5 seconds left. And Aura gets those strikes. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down forward and take came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aura was able to right now with Aura against the wall, able to get one here in so far, getting clutches out. Waiting around the corner and shore, driving. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aura. Aura might have just been able, but now we're gonna be 12 to 7. Magic.
Crosshair. Ace practice at this point. in trouble. Pandez realizes and they both fall to sight. CJB for the one, Blade Storm, Juicy, Pandez for one, dismiss. Oh! That's beautiful. Repeat, greedy repeat, Garrett.
Oh. But honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the jet down mid. Crashing from the market. They have an opening. Way to split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda flies to the gravity well, holding his third one. Oh no, Moeda! Run away.
was able to get some damage through, but right now it's all against the world. Able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Just how we can see ZK waiting around the corner on the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aura. Aura might have just been able, but now it's going to be 12-7 matchup.
Crosshair and aim practice at this point. Second, no. Pigeon through market. Curry is in trouble and just realized they both off the site. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Panda for the one. Dismiss. Oh! Now, beautiful. Repeat. Greedy repeat here.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the jet down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moida split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moida's going to get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moida finds two. The gravity well pulled him still. Third one. Oh no, Moida. But run away as well. It's three the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Hey, who can? Their name's posters. Spotted. Things to be here. Holding these shoulders, gonna play hand in hand. Frosty just rotating. Mistaken right now. It's a dance. It's right around the Rosie. And ZK's been leading the whole time. They're doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. As we trade take the victory. And victory lap.
As they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double gallat comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Quinn.
Aura makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left, and Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
Throwing that down before the take came before the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aura was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aura against the world. Able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Around the corner on the shore. Trying! Oh, and that was looking really close for Aura. Aura might have just been able, but now it's going to be 12-7 here. Matchup.
Crosshair and aim practice at this point. Second, no. Pigeon through market. Curry is in trouble and just realized they both off the site. CJB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Panda for the one. Dismiss. Oh! Greedy repeat here.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Jet down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Moida split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moida's gonna get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moida finds two. The gravity well pulled him still. Third one. Oh no, Moida. But a runaway as well. It's three the other way from the jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Hey, who can? Their name's posters. Spotted. Things to be here. Shoulders move hand in hand. Frosty just rotating. Mistaken right now. It's a dance. It's right around the Rosie. And ZK's been leading the whole time. They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for side of MMG. Trade take the victory. And victory lap.
As they would probably like it. God, never mind as a double gallat comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Quinn.
Uncanny.
MMG. Mike Quinn.
4K Aurora makes it happen. There's so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from the beam, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru it was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. We just have to wait and see some waiting around the corner. Sure, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close. Aru might have just been able, but now it's going to be 12 to 7 here.
Honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jets out mid. Trying to make their way through the market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's going to get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds two. The gravity well pulled him still on the third one. Oh no, Moeda. What a runaway. As well as three the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
tell you who can. Her name's Posters. They were doing a bit of a tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. It was a trade, taking victory. And victory lap.
As they would probably like. God, never mind as a double galak comes out from one up shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1 off the side of MMG. Mike Quinn.
Aurora makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot from Habib, I'm surprised that we didn't see anything. Let's see, what is it? Yeah, literally 2.5 seconds left. And Aura gets those frags. It was kill or nothing. Kill or lose the.
Throwing that down before the tick came through for the spike. It was weird timing at that, but I mean, Aru was able to get some damage through. But right now, it's Aru against the world, able to get one here. If they are able to clutch this out, this is going to be huge. Around the corner, sure, trying. Oh, and that was looking really close for Aru. Aru might have just been able, but now we're going to be 12 to 7 here. Matchup.
Honestly, I don't think it matters.
Out of the Jets out mid. Trying to make their way through the market. They have an opening. Moeda split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's going to get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds two. The gravity well pulled him still on the third one. Oh no, Moeda. But runaway as well as three the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists.
Tell you who can. Her name's Posters.
Spotted. Things to do here. Pulling these shoulders, they're going hand in hand. Crossing, just rotating with Sager right now. It's a dance. Ring around the Rosie.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers of Cup of Rag is wearing a Pikachu shirt. Hello, I'm Becky. This is Cup of Rag wearing a Pikachu shirt, the best shirt to ever exist. And if you're wondering, what is this strange camera on this bed here? Come on, bud. It is going to be the dog cam. Thank you all. This is my boy Apollo. He will be joining us for these games. Yes, thank you, bud. He's like, actually, I want to come with you on your chair
He's
right
the
now.
cam. Look.
Oh my
He's
gosh,
on two
thank
cameras
you,
right now,
thank you,
Becky.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, yeah, thanks, bud. Yeah, you gotta be cool on the rolly chair. We will be going to Breeze once more. Again, thank you to our players who know that Apollo loves long walks on the beach. You cannot come on this chair right now.
More long walks on the beach with Breeze and two different teams for that matter. It is the 51st Goon Squad, if I'm not mistaken, versus Victorium. So, if you're a fan of those two teams or you don't know those teams, I suggest you get yourself settled because we're getting our way to Breeze very, very shortly. And the 51st, if I recall from what I did read over in the team chat, they're going to be taking the defensive side as well. So let's see what the attacking side is going to have in store for Victorium.
Yeah, what kind of agents are you looking to see again on Breeze? We did just watch Artisan take down an extremely quick game on Breeze, and they actually utilized something like the Neon for their game. I mean, how cool is that? Do you think we're going to see something like that again, or do you think that our players are going to play it a little bit more safe, more back? Where do you think that this is going to bring us for this match?
You know, in the Valorant meta as it is, I think people are starting to take risks. They're starting to try and think a bit outside the box. You've got the Bream with a Stimmy, you've got your Omen, you've got the things, the change we mentioned earlier, but why not put in a Yoru? You're talking of Yoru changes. Why not put a Neon in there? The unpredictability factor gives you the advantage. Simply put, so with that in mind, hopefully want to see a Neon or a Yoru because that, like, sort of unknown factor, that question mark, you can have so much impact, especially in a sort of the one match scenario.
I mean, we saw that with Team Artisan picking up the Neon in the last match. The ability to like play the Neon, just like run through that hallway on Breeze and just all of a sudden end up behind the enemies, and they never expected it. Got shot in the back of the head so many times. So just like you were mentioning, having those unpredictable and like gameplay styles that nobody is expecting because they just haven't had time to test it out with some of these newer agents. If you've got something that you think is going to work, I mean, Pit of Valor is just the place to do it. We hold it every week. It's free. It's like pretty low stakes, all things considered. Perfect place to just lock it in, test it out, see what you can do. And with that, we are going down to our match and going on to the sunny beaches of Breeze for our players.
Get yourself ready, Apollo. Get yourself ready, Becky, because we are back to the beach once more. Let's see. Are we going to have some beach vibes running through, feet in the sand? We had Neon just causing such a ruckus in last map. I see a KO, and I like that. We'd even contemplate or consider or discuss KO, but KO, a double choice? Ooh, this could get spicy.
All right, so far mirror picks, it looks like, from both of these teams. And I would kind of anticipate a lot of these same sort of picks, and I would imagine that the final picks for both of these teams would be something like a Jet or Arena, just to fully curve out these teams, finish it off with a nice duelist. And that added verticality that you can get over some of these brick walls on Breeze is quite nice when you're picking up something like the Jet. So this is kind of a pretty standard team composition that I feel like we see a lot of on Breeze. I love that we've seen something like the Chamber picked up a lot, and when your two free guns are a Sheriff and an Operator, that just plays so nicely onto a long range map like Breeze. So makes sense that Chamber is one of these pickups. We see a lot of the KO just because as far as initiators go, the range of abilities that KO has to bring just also fit very nicely onto this map, along with some of those other scrappier maps as well. So like seeing the KO, but do you think that like the KO can be pretty well interchanged out for either another duelist or something like the Sky?
Sure, I spread the news on Twitter. Sure, I spread the news of the game that's underway.
Ooh.
You
gotta let the people know.
Oh yeah, you got to see check out Apollo. just in his absolute element right now. And hope his players, they're feeling in their element too. It's actually on the nose, bang on the nose, what you said that pre-game of default picks. What if they go for default picks? That's, yeah, I'm finding it really hard to judge and measure for this patch. And I really do need to kind of dig a bit deeper into the stats of it. How are people finding like the new meta so far? How much are they embracing it? Because from what we're seeing right here, this does not reflect anything of the new meta. In fact, reflects the staples of the suppression. You've got your toxic screen, chamber you mentioned, that long distance X factor on Breeze. I want to say, I think probably the best of all maps, perhaps. Fracture and Breeze, top 2 maps for chamber, but Breeze, you've got so many places you can hide, you can rendezvous to. It's disgusting.
Yeah, I've also seen Chamber be a really nice pickup on Bind every once in a while. There's just some nice little places that you can kind of tuck that trademark in away to, and that works out really nicely as well. And I've also seen every once in a while picked up on Ascent, because once you put people, if they're in like those bottom ropes areas on Ascent, if you just like have a trademark down there and it does slow them, then they also can't jump to get out of it, and you can just really trap people down in that area.
Talking of trapping and tracking people down, look at the question through holes, Becky.
This is kind of nice. I love seeing people be really aggressive on the defensive side when on like these first pistol rounds. Do get caught out by this trademark, but gonna just go for a little peek around. Power Pixel does take down Eno, and now Alejandro also just gonna, you know, not maybe go tussle with that Chamber who already got 1 kill, but Beret gonna do a great job of finishing off Power Pixel there.
Might not have yielded the success off of it, but I love that play. I love the push down brown holes. Maybe a little too early for that. You don't really have the firepower to do it. It's literally a 50-50 in the sense of your pistol versus pistol. And the pistols looking so much stronger. Coming out the Sheriff finish from Jet. I think that's 2 to the Jet if I'm not mistaken. Sheriff headshot wallbang. Love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, very good. Ooh, this is a buy that you don't see too often. Normally you see a lot of people go for something like the Spectre on the second round. Not quite enough money to buy up complete full Phantoms or Vandals, but looks like we are going to see a lot of people go for Bulldogs on the side of Victor M Esports. So that's quite a spicy pick. I find that a lot of people just really, especially in high level play, don't mess with the Bulldog. Don't think that it's a good gun. And yet again, we're seeing on this defensive side just a complete full force and not really going the defensive player's ways. I respect it. You have to go for some plays like that when you're on a lower buy round, but you know, as you see, usually Victor Esports picking up the second round in a row. Not too surprising, but still a very quick round nonetheless.
Pretty damn flawless. We said about that last game, right? With the speed of Breeze. We were spending time in the post game being like, my goodness, that was such a fast game. The scoreline's one thing, but how long you're in the lobby in the server itself. We spent more time in the lobby than in the actual server. For this one, looking to kind of get off to that same kind of vibe right now.
So far, but I mean, you usually expect the first 2 rounds to go to the same team. So now with 51st Goon Platoon able to buy up some bigger guns, it looks like we're seeing a little bit of a mixture for them, some Vandals. And, you know, hopefully that will allow for them to... Was that an operator for the defensive side? Maybe that was just a Marshall shot, but it sounded like an operator shot from somewhere.
It did ring through the cave quite loudly. I heard that as well, and I had to kind of just double check. I was looking from left to right on the screen.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody could afford an operator, but maybe it's just that Marshall skin sounding weirdly like an operator. But
I will tell you
like
a fact about Breeze real quick, Becky. That might have been it. I don't think it was. There's an op sound. One of the animals at the back on the tire, there's an op sound really quietly that comes from that op. I don't think that's what you heard. I think our ears might be hearing things, but it could be. You never know. But I think what they need to look at right now, through holes, all the action, the Bulldog gonna strike back.
Wow, I mean, that first kill was quite good, so was surprised when the second one didn't fully connect, though. Joey gonna get some revenge for that KO onto that Hall's kill there. Swinging around that Hedron there, gonna get 1 kill. Blinded, takes down Alejandro, but Pool Floaty bringing it home for the defensive side, who are gonna be able to pick up a round for themselves.
My mum just got back from vacation. She was talking about pool floaties and just chilling in the sun, floating around in the pool. So it's the dream. It's it's a dog's life, if you will. Just chilling, hanging out, and I'm sure Apollo enjoying just frolicking through the sand. And who's else enjoying it? Everyone's enjoying things right now. You did talk about what happened in sort of the comeback round and that full buy round coming through here for 51st Goon Platoon, and so far so good for them. Vandal's back in for this one, and I do see the potential of an ultimate coming out here from Alejandro as well.
Oh, I mean, that would be pretty hopeful. Oh, and now we get to see this bear also rocking a pool
I've not seen
floaty.
that
So
one.
very nice. I didn't know that that one was there either. This whole time there's been a bear with a pool floaty and I didn't know about it. And honestly, I'm sad the Fade hadn't shown me that sooner, but still, big thank you to Fade, who is on that observer role for the day, doing a great job as Bear Ray starts off with that first kill there and now trying to peek out more towards that mid area, but gets wrecked by Delicious.
Delicious indeed, back to 4 and 4. Even score so far. Speaking of that, low, this mid aggression, this is fantastic. Bit of a pincer movement going on towards B site here, coming up for the Goon Platoon, and the classic strikes back.
Strikes back, Headhunter into that quick change to the classic does allow for 2 kills to be picked up, and all of a sudden we're in a 2v2, and it is anyone's game so far.
Player standing.
2 on 1.
Apollo didn't like that we just got wrecked when we weren't looking, and is like, oh, you know what? That's the last straw. I'm going to lay on the hardwood floor now.
He's done.
He'll be back. He'll be back later though. Ooh, all right. Bomb is down. Power Pixel kind of skirting around both of these pyramids, trying to see if anyone is going to peek around that same direction. Little does Power Pixel know they're both on this other side. The unfortunate timing. You're totally right. Pool Floaty getting that final kill once again, and once again getting 51st Goon Platoon a round. That defuse will be good, and now we are at an even 2-2 score.
Looking a lot more even. There's an apartment up here. Where is the tenant though? I guess no one's moved in yet.
No, there we go. There he is. He's just chilling.
Now, just a minimalist. That's fine. I'm not judging you. It's all good.
He just signed the lease. He doesn't even have any furniture yet.
And there's someone downstairs with like an operator. It's a bit scary. I don't blame him for sitting in the dark. I'd probably be sitting up there as well. That's some scary stuff.
Neighbors.
Yeah, there's more neighbors just hanging in the dark.
You want to play? Let's play.
Little bear down the well. Oh. Power Pixel making a shot. Does not connect to Barry there, though. Who made a nice little jump across. Gonna put that first part of Rendezvous down. Slowly pushing through that hallway. Isn't gonna be able to find anyone for a while.
That's a shot.
Gets a nice headshot there onto Joey. And pops that KO ultimate. So now we'll be able to be resurrected. Should go down as VC Smoke from downtown high up
down
gets wow, as Eno doing a nice job too. Res goes for a res and then also gets some kills. Eno taking on VC Mist. Smoke getting that kill on Barry as well. Some back and forths for sure here. Poison Orb gonna be able to block off vision.
Oh, the push!
Ooh, indeed, from Power Pixel, tries to get VC Smoke, who's jumping in the air, but the blades will be true, and Victrum are the ones who break the tie.
Smoke flying in the air like they just don't care. A couple of blades, blade to the face, 1 or 2. I don't know where that came from. I am stupidly excited. The caffeine's just starting to pump through my veins as well. I think as well, for both of the teams at this moment in time, they are so engaged. They're so competitive for each and every round. That one, unfortunately, the Viper's Pit, the saving grace there for Victorium Esports. And let's see if they've got another couple of tricks up their sleeve. Some interesting spotty buys here for the likes of the 31 Goon Platoon. Bladestorm is going to be unleashed.
Ooh, yes. Pool Floaty trying to keep the attacking side at bay with these toxic walls, orbs, and snake bites, but push on as they do. 51st platoon now on the retake strategy. Barry going for that nice charge to clear out that back corner. Nobody's there, but you know, if they were, would do a great job of getting rid of it. Some nice trades back and forth between Mist and Eno, who both have gone 2 for 2, and now Eno's trying to get some more. Third kill there, nicely showing off how these blades can be used. Misses on Aklios. Oh, but beautifully done from Aklios. I mean, if you're not going to be able to shoot him, taking him down with some poison on the ground is good enough, and Victor Esports advanced to 4-2.
Superb effort from the likes of the defenders. I'm really impressed with the 51st Green Platoon. Tough retake, like they were anchored into sight. They were just set up in the trenches, and they weren't giving up anything at all from their foothold. What was great about it was the null CMD coming in from the likes of, is that beer or bear? Really awesome.
Like beret. I don't know why.
Beret?
I'm just like
Beret.
I'm
Beret.
thinking it's Spanish. I don't know.
Sure.
If somebody wants to let us know, we can.
Please do.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Save us the embarrassment. But either way, the good util use for the defender side is fantastic, and if they keep that up, I see no reason. Is that a flank?
That scared me for a moment, because I thought that like that smoke went down and I thought they were just staring at each other, but they're on the same team, so nothing to worry about just yet. But the attacking side is in an interesting spot nonetheless. So a lot of kills coming out for this attacking side, but only one now remaining in Pool Floaty, who goes down. Wrong place, wrong time. And Victor Esports are starting to show their true colors and coming in strong.
That they are coming in strong, like Popeye with the spinach. I've not seen Popeye in ages. Do you remember?
Oh my
Popeye?
gosh, yeah, that's an old reference there.
I'm going way back.
Out.
Maybe a timeout for my brain as well as I go back beyond the boomer age. We'll get back to the current day though. We'll take the time machine and we'll get right back to Breeze on this vacation setting. What needs to happen here for 51st Green Platoon? I spoke of a little bit more util use in the sense of sort of we saw that promising portion of the KO util. What would you like to see to kind of get him back into the zone?
It's hard because it's hard when the defensive side is so decided. Like, you know what Viper is going to be doing pretty much every single time. And I think that if you're really trying to throw your opponents off and get some equity there, you really just have to change up what you're doing with that Viper. Maybe don't have the Viper go B, maybe have the Viper go A, and just do something completely different. Because if you become predictable, which is kind of what was happening in that last round, then that is where you're really going to just like start to falter. And it's like, sure, you're doing something that is technically correct, but if you're able to just be read like a book, then everyone's going to know the ending, and it's going to be Victor Esports coming out on top.
Definitely so. Quite simple. You break it down to the fundamentals of Valorant. It can be overcomplicated. It can be made as simple as you like. Hunter's Fury, trying to simplify things, trying to get them off to the best start possible. Any damage inflicted? Not really, but the threat was there.
And I mean, that's certainly a good start to a round as well, just being able to slow some of that initial onslaught of attacking power that has been so prevalent in all of these rounds. Even if it is not keeping them at bay for a ton of time, just making sure that a lot of that initial utility is kind of wasted and held at bay is certainly worth something. And it's followed up by Eno getting a kill, which is a great start as well.
Make a fantastic point. It's just trying to inconvenience your opponent. It's not always about getting the frags, but the frags to be bagged and tagged. Coming in for this defender off the timeout, and that is the first Green Platoon. Feeling a bit back in the game here. We did see decent plays from the early run. Been a bit quiet so far. Been pushed back and all dear. Going to be a little bit more quiet. Back to the 4-2 though. So looking still in control of the round.
30 seconds left.
In control and trying to decide where exactly the attackers have left to go, but from the flank, indeed a great push from Alejandro and Joey, who are able to get themselves a point back against Victorum Esports here. You know how I can tell that I don't play on max settings?
Go on.
Okay, so there's this beautiful, you know how when like light hits through a room and you can see like the little dust particles in the air and they like kind of shimmer and glow?
Yeah.
They have that on this map.
They
and
do.
It's so beautiful and I keep getting distracted by it. And
Don't look into the light. Don't do it.
It's so nice. And I don't play this game on very high settings, so I didn't know that was a thing, but you know, probably not getting distracted by those pretty little light dust fragments in the air, and gets a nice first kill once again, and certainly going to make it a lot easier for 51st Goon Platoon to be able to take another round.
Yeah, that Jet plays in max settings all the time. I don't either. And I was watching a Tarek stream recently, had the exact same revelation. I'm like, that's not usually there. Well, a pick comes in, make that 2 for the likes of the Goon Platoon.
Yeah, what a nice mixture of that KO flash into the peak from that chamber. Very beautifully done. Aklios picking up that orb, potentially going to be a disaster here, though, as somebody is right behind that door and gets the kill onto Delicious, but thankfully Aklios able to pick up that little bit of a counter kill there. 2 remaining for Victorum Esports. They are both in this hallway and they have to face up against the no remaining players of Victorum Esports, as 51st Goon Platoon stop me before I even can finish my sentence and take the round for themselves. 4-5 now, almost an even game. 51st Goon Platoon certainly trying to make it so, and Eno is at the top of the board hoping to help them achieve that.
Yeah, you got stopped in your sentence. You got stopped in your tracks half sentence, and well, that looks like the sort of runaway train was the Victorum Esports. The runaway of this game, it was 5-2. All of a sudden, it's 5-4. It was 2-2 at a point, and I'm really happy and appreciating this comeback into the game. It should end 6-6. I think, in all fairness, if both teams are able to kind of do the due diligence, and 51st Goon Platoon, I think, might have that kind of econ advantage here if they can play the cards right. We're going to see the old command go down. Hunter's Fury comes through as well. It's Ult City.
Oh my gosh. Lots of damage coming through from Delicious, getting 2 kills off of that Hunter's Fury. Smoke getting 1 as well from that added information. Barry able to get 1 counter kill back there as Aklios goes for that resurrection onto Mist. Pool Floaty trying to hold it down, doing some nice peeks around this corner, jumping up onto this orange box as that Viper Pit comes down and smokes up this entire A site.
The smog, the cloud, the toxins, we've seen it be successful before. We've seen this exact same play, and for Breeze, it's a Viper specialty. This or a bit closer to A main. What do you do? The whole side, you said, it's covered in gas.
I don't know that there's a whole lot you can do, and a nice kill there from Delicious to pick up a third one. Barry able to get a nice pick there onto Delicious with that flash before bullets, and I mean, if you're pacing down 2 opponents while in a Viper's Pit, there's just not a lot you can do. The bomb is ticking down. The Viper's Pit goes down, and so does Barry. Victorum Esports do both die at the end there. An unfortunate end, but 6-4, and so far in the lead, and looking to potentially bring themselves to an 8-4 if you're a Victorum Esports fan.
I could see it. Anything can happen in this game. It's been a yo-yo game. It really, really has. Nice wordplay as well. Definitely all the ins and outs here. For both teams. What a roller coaster ride this has been so far. And you're seeing that cargo container. You're seeing that ship just be a bit topsy-turvy, and all those cargo containers might fall off. That might be 51st Goon Platoon if they can't get back in with the rounds here. Such a fragile econ, such a fragile game if you're not careful, and 6-4 could slip away just by a couple more if they're not too careful.
It is tense now as we're seeing the attacking side trying to be as careful as possible, but Pool Floaty, I mean, Blades, no problem, taking the head off of that Jet as quickly as possible, one and all on the ground, and now, Power Pixel narrowly getting away from that shot as well. The Rendezvous able to pull Power Pixel to safety and possibly go to rejoin the team. Delicious in a precarious spot, considering that we've now at least been able to notice quite a few members of the defensive side onto this B side.
Lots of slow plays here. 40 seconds. No player from that attacking side has stepped foot into sight. Might see some progress here though. Missed. Gets the
30
one.
seconds left.
Oh, this is going to be so good. Oh, wow. Okay, so getting that kill onto that A side meant that the defensive side started to move onto that A, expecting for the rest of them to end up going in that direction.
Ninja defuse?
Oh, nobody is here. Oh, but all of the utility is so well placed. I can't believe that they both actually managed from like...
Last round in
From
the
downtown.
They both, yeah, from downtown, from a place where you almost certainly don't have a lineup for that, but both of them are like, yeah, A-star physics exams, let's go. Throw that utility, make sure that defuse does not go off, and Victorum Esports are 7-4.
Pro throw, bro. That's it. Really pro throws. Crazy
Couldn't have
stuff.
said it better myself.
And you're so right. To combine two post-plant piece of util, stay by and the fragment, so rude. Just so rude, and that's rude as
Really
well.
is.
That Viper's bit.
Oh, yeah. Making sure that it is so much more difficult for the attackers to get onto this site is forced back out of that. Cool floating will go down. Whoa. The no-scope at point-blank range to take down Eno. I mean, some other kills coming out too, but that's the one that we were able to see as they all pretty much happened simultaneously. Alejandro tries to peek around those boxes and gets taken down flawless. And I mean, I'm not going to say I called it. I'm sorry for 51st Goon Platoon stands, but Victorum Esports do end the half at 8-4.
You know, we might not have cast together in a long time, but I was about to say, call her a caster, call her an analyst, because you did say this. This was your read. This is your prediction. You said 8-4. I was drinking some copium. I was like, yeah, maybe 51st Goon Platoon. No, it's not looking real good right now. And I say that off of just it's a bit of a skill diff, maybe a bit of a skill diff in the server right now, and it doesn't look that way in the sense of frags, but it comes down to those last few seconds of the round, those last minute executions. That's the difference between the two teams at this point, and it's not sort of game fight IQ, it's not the gunfight, it's all aim, it's just strategy is the diff.
Yeah, Victorum have done a really good job. I mean, they were losing some rounds, but the moment they realized how to read 51st Goon Platoon and where they were losing in those situations, they've just been able to really hold it down. And nice double hold there through doors does result in Mist being able to pick up those 2 kills. Some damage taken, but overall not the worst place in the world. Unlike what can be said for 51st Goon Platoon, there is going to be able to pick up that ultimate orb, but Alejandro holding this angle, potentially hoping to just get lucky, but Crosshair is a little low to be able to take off the head of somebody, especially Smoke, who's holding that at a much closer angle than I think anyone was accepting. Barry's going to be able to pick up 1, pick up 2, but missed, taking it to the end. The tree comes out. You can't actually climb it, even though we previously thought that you could.
Hey, that player tricked us. I want to report that player because they went straight up that tree. As the tree grew, they were climbing up like the.
It was so cool.
Yeah, I wish you could do that. That would be, I think, the coolest meta yet if they were to do something like that. But perhaps for a future patch. For the current patch, not really too much of that in there. You've obviously got your Vipers, a little less impactful than they once used to be. Everyone else in the server, though, they've got no excuses. They've got no reason, no rhyme nor reason to not be making the plays. And 9-4 pistol round, 2 pistol rounds to the likes of Victorum Esports.
Oh, this is
picking
so
up more frags.
aggressive. Ooh, the shock dart, indeed. The flash from up high does allow for Mist to peek around that corner and pick up 2. And I mean, that was almost a flawless round for Victorum Esports. And the only person who died was the Jet, had a Sheriff, didn't buy up a Spectre, didn't buy up full armor. And I was just about to say it, but we're taking a look at this board really quickly, is going for the Operator and light armor into this round for Smoke.
This ends now. That's what they want to do. That's what they want to make happen. I think that's from Pineapple Express, that quote. The random quotes that go into my mind today. That you know that one, right? It's good. Thank you.
I know that one.
I'm happy. I'm a happy bear now. Good. 10 out of 10.
All right, Eno.
What they got?
Eno's going to try and Pineapple Express the opponents right now, but it's going to take a lot.
It's going to take an awful lot. You are right though. This elbow area has been so busy. It's been so full of traffic. Alejandro, looking to
I hate traffic.
Oh, me too. All the horns, all the aggression, all the violence. Just not a good time.
All right, did get caught out by that trademark there, and place is known, and that does allow for Aklios to pick up that kill with a sheriff from quite long range. So pretty impressive coming off of that Viper there.
Oh, timing at
Pixel.
Nest.
Ooh. All right, Aklios gets a little bit tagged up there. Joey is going to be in rough position. Peeks around for another pull. Delicious actually did not think that Delicious was able to get that kill onto Pool Floaty. Oh, this is so unfortunate all across the map. Kind of just passing like ships in the night in unfortunate areas as Aglios goes for a reload and is going to be just fine. Barry and Alejandro finally deciding to push onto this B site, but are running around the outskirts trying to find Aglios. I have no idea. Oh, okay, does go down. Power Pixel able to get that kill. Highlander situation onto Alejandro
15.
there. And now Barrett trying to go for an aggressive position, trying to take out Power Pixel to get that bomb down, but Power Pixel says, Headhunter, pretty good ability.
It is solid when you hit your shots, as you've seen. I just want to talk about, was that round the breeze? Like, we just went a whole way around the map through defender spawn. I like that. That was a good idea. It was a cool idea.
Yeah, that was a nice little tourist attraction, getting to see everything. Tour de Breeze, beautiful. A+.
Thanks.
All right, Beret and Pool Floaty top of the board for 51st Goon Platoon, who are definitely on the back foot in this situation, on a little bit of a save round. But I mean, if Eno can just do that about 3-4 more times, has picked up this Vandal off of the dead, lifeless robot body, is going to be in a much better situation. That recon dart is... Wow, absolutely beautiful information from that recon dart. Says, pretty... just one and done. Shots through the box, finish it up. Did see that shot from Delicious, so knows that somebody is up there. Aklios and Power Pixel trying to get some damage back, but up close and personal, Power Pixel is able to kill Eno. Delicious finishes off Joey, and that hurts so much because that was such a great start from Eno and 51st Goon Platoon.
You were behind them, weren't you? Right? You're a fan of them or not? Yeah, I was there too.
I love their name. I love their name. It's so good.
It's just got vibes to it, doesn't it? You can tell they're having fun. And like that round in particular, they put so much on the table. They put a great execution down. They got the entry. I think it was even maybe a 5 versus 3 or 4 versus 3 at a point there too. But the re-entries, the retake, too strong from the 12-4 side match points. And the op being held by smoke as well. It's not what's needed really at this point.
Yeah, this is one of the hard situations that you run into with this Viper. It's just a lot harder to smoke off a lot of those long and short range areas that a jet with an op can hide in, and you're just ending up in some really unfortunate situations. A ton of shots back and forth between both of these teams, trading out back and forth. That KO is down and can be resurrected, but there's only 3 seconds left for that to happen, and we might just be watching Delicious take down Beret as a result of that. Joey getting that final kill there. Only person remaining gets taken down by that jet.
There you go. There you have it. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. We've seen 2 Breeze maps, and we have seen 2 just very one-sided games at that. And it came down to 2 factors that you've probably heard us mentioned more than a couple of times. It comes down to strategy, and I think it comes down to some timing, really. I think those are the 2 big things. The aim was great for both teams. We saw some potential. We saw some clutches, but a little bit more and aim and the game sense coming in from, of course, Victorum there.
Yeah, it was really hard. There were a lot of times where I feel like we were seeing like Eno and Beret do a really great job of getting themselves into fights where they knew they could win.
Right.
if it had been a 1v1 situation, but it felt like every single time they were looking to be in a good situation, one of them would just like turn a corner and then it was like, oh, there's actually two members of Victorum Esports there. And so props to Victorum Esports for playing together as a team. That's one of the best ways that you can just give yourself as many, like, if we're going to trade 1-for-1, we want to make sure that at the end we actually do have a one player who's there able to make sure that that does happen. And if this for some reason does go poorly, and ultimately I think that that is in the end where Victorum Esports just came out leaps and bounds ahead of 51st Goon Platoon. That said, I love 51st Goon Platoon. Your name is amazing. Please play in our tournament again and name yourselves the same thing.
Yeah. 10 for Rubber Ducky on that one. And you do bring up a good point that I actually failed to mention is the trades. And you talk of teamwork as an overall summary, but that's a bit wish-washy. To get down to the nitty-gritty, to get down to the fine portion of it, teamwork and trades, the fire team systems. So if you've not heard this before, I'll just elaborate real quick in the sense of the actual SWAT team strategy of having two players together and you trade. It's not just a Valorant thing. It's not just a CSGO thing. This is an actual thing from real life of you buddy up and you make sure you cover your teammate. So much of that happened there, Victorum, and every single gunfight, you're right. You saw one poor player of 51st Goon just peek their head around a corner and boom. It was the double trouble right in your face, and that's going to get Victoria right through to the final of the Pit of Valor race here for your Wednesday afternoon, evening, wherever you're at. Hopefully having a good time, and I tell you, the final, it's going to be right with you in just a second.
Down mid, trying to make their way to the market. They are opening. Moeda's split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's going to get tied. Nobody checks it. Moeda blocks the grab and pulls the run away as well as three the other way from the Jet on the other side. Nobody can tame these duelists. Spotted.
through market. Curry is in trouble. Pandaz realizing they both fall to sight. CGB for the one. Blade Storm. Juicy. Pandaz for the one. Dismiss. Oh! That's beautiful. The repeat. The greedy repeat here. Oh.
It's not, but honestly, I don't think it matters.
That's what we're seeing here. Out of the Jets down mid. Trying to make their way through market. They have an opening. Way to split attention here. The sonar dart on the inside. Moeda's going to get tagged, but nobody checks it. Moeda finds two. The Brownie will hold himself. A third one. Oh no, Moeda. What a runaway.
as they would probably like. God, never mind, and the double collapse comes out. But one hot shot, beautiful play. Already 4 versus 1. Side of MMG. My friend.
Hurricane makes it happen. There was so little time left. I don't know if we have a replay of that, but I mean, there might have been just a few seconds on the clock when the final frag came through. But man, this shot tango there. Oh my goodness. It was ultimately a dance of death, though, at least for the side of MMG. And the trade take the victory. And victory lap.
As they would probably like, but God, never mind as a double Galat comes out from one off shot, beautifully played, as it is already a 4 versus 1 on the side of MMG. Mike Planet
Overcame Aurora makes
double Gallat comes out from one hot shot. Beautifully played. As it is already a 4 versus 1. Undecided NMG. My plan is
I'm no Arcade Aurora makes it happen. There was
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, gamers and gamers, doggos and doggies. Welcome to the finals of Pit of Valor number 81, brought to you by Great Lakes Gaming. I am Becky, otherwise known as Becky Bear. This is Apollo, the goodest boy, and Cuppa Frag, who I guess is also a pretty good boy. What's up, Cuppa? How's your day and night going?
It's going fantastic, thank you. It's not going as well as Apollo though. As you see, again, Doggo Tree, it's just having a blast, just chilling out. Two teams are also having a riot. They're having a fantastic time on their Wednesday for the Pit of Valor. We've got former champs coming back in to the ring, into the arena. It is going to be Team Artisan, and they're going to be starting on the defender side here as we do once more go into Breeze. I see a triple threat of Breeze on the menu for us here today, Becky. How are you feeling? You ready for some more Breeze? Are you fed up with the sunshine and the beach yet?
I mean, compared to what we usually see, which is all like Ascent and Haven over and over again, it feels like I'm actually very excited to have seen 3 times Breeze today. A nice breath of fresh air, if you will, pun intended here. If you all are having a great time with the breath of fresh air that is Pit of Valor and are interested in some more Great Lakes Gaming Valorant tournaments, check out Val and Chill, which is our Saturday version of this, and it is the same sort of thing. Best of one, $50 to first place, free to enter. Just come hang out with us on a nice Saturday for some Val and Chill. And if you want some more info on that, ! Discord or ! Twitter in the chat to get all of that info that you could possibly need about all of our tournaments and what GLG is all about.
There's so much from Val and Chill. Well, let's tell you about where things are. I mentioned this a little earlier on today. I have to mention it again because it is going to be super fantastic. It's happening on 420. It's going to be the GeoGeo launch party. Please make sure you get yourself there if you are in Rochester, New York. It is at the Innovation Square on the 22nd floor. So please get down there. And if you're interested in that, ! GLG LAN in the chat. Enough of that though. Enough of the talk of the place. Let's talk about the teams in the race to compete to be the grand final winner here for the Pit of Valor. Team Artisan taking the Victorium. Who's taking this one? Who do you think's gonna get the dub here? I'm gonna put you on the spot, Becky.
I mean, I gotta go for Artisan. Artisan took it down last week, took down Val and Chill. They're on a hot streak, so I feel like I've just watched them come in with the heat time and time again. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it is going to be Artisan to take it down. We do already see a little bit of a change in team composition if Ica does go ahead and lock in this KO to the rest of Team Artisan going for a little bit more of a default pick for this map. It could be that they're saying to themselves, we're not looking to mess around on this final map. We're not looking to let this one slip out from right beneath our fingertips. We're going to go ahead, play this default team composition that is tried and true, and just give it our all. And that is kind of exactly the reason that I think that if Artisan is saying we're not going to have fun and we're not going to pick the Neon, that they're not here to mess around.
No, and talking of not messing around, we saw a formidable comp that Victorium have here with the exact same comp in the map just gone. So I think it does share a lot of resemblance, and it's the comp. It is the comp to play on this map. And it's the one that's been practiced. There's no experimental nature to it. Chamber, I think, would be the only agent. Sure, Chamber or KO, you could argue. All right, not the most well-known, but they have had months in the circuit now. So they're not new anymore. And it's about time, I think, teams do start doing this and putting it into their roster. Defender side, as you see, starting for Team Artisan, and then on the attacking side is Victorium Esports. I love pistol rounds, and here we go, Becky.
Oh, yeah, about to get started into it. 3 seconds slowly ticking down, and it is, in fact, a complete mirror match for both of these teams. And I'm excited to see what Artisan has to show for the start of
Already?
this. But in fact, it is actually Victorum Esports who are going to start it off strong. Some nice pistol shots there from Smoke to take down a member of Artisan before the seconds basically even started to count down.
Already 5 versus 3. Like, where's the time gone? Where's the players gone?
I mean, it's just already a 3v2 situation, and this is an interesting place for both the attacking and defending side to be kind of skirting around that mid pillar on B. Shale, thinking maybe I'll get the peek onto Smoke here, but it is actually Demon who is going to get the peek onto Smoke and immediately transfer to Aklios. Very nicely done. Trying to watch all of these angles for Demon. Knows that one is close, and it is Delicious. Gets the shoulder, but it's not going to be good enough to finish off Delicious, who takes down that final kill and first round for Victorum Esports. Woo!
Woo, indeed. And a special big woo bit of Ric Flair woo in there too, because Team Artisan, reigning champs, being taken out and pissed around. That has to feel good for Victorum Esports. Really, really good vibes. Plus, to boot with that, is the fact that it's just a one map in the grand final. So this is so doable for them at this point. Big round in this second one. See if they can swing it in their direction. And talking of swinging, Team Artisan, they're swinging from the hip. They've got everything in this one.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that this happened real quick. I was about to go off about how much of a demon is with the Marshall, and then immediately getting picked up is gonna make me just like eat my words that didn't even come out of my mouth. And just, again, another strong start for Victorum Esports, who, I mean, if Team Artisan came to take another victory, the third one of the month, I mean, then Victorum Esports certainly came to play.
Yeah. Contemplate for Team Artisan, that would be, I think, time for them to step up to the next notch, try to get into those bigger tournaments. If that's the case, and well, that experience is yielding.
Oh my gosh!
Most hits. Oh, that's a one player.
And Rhythm is just hanging out in the trademark with the knife out, Shorty in hand, hoping to maybe. Yeah, some unfortunate timing there as a flawless rings out for Victorum Esports, and a Smoke actually picking up a 3K there. So it looks like we're probably going to see some rough buys for the side of Team Artisan, at least to start off. Demon actually able to go ahead and still buy up that Vandal. So did the math, those 3 kills allowed to pick up the Marshall and still be able to afford this full buy into the next round. So got to be feeling good for Demon there. Smoke going to continue to hold back and pick up the Marshall going into this round, as we see Aklios and Delicious going for the not so popular Bulldog pickup.
Hopefully Apollo's on the leash as we go through the beach, because yeah, these Bulldogs are in the loose. I think they're going to bite. They're snarling. Bulldog's such an underrated weapon. I've got a lot of time for the Bulldog, and so does GLG. So does the Pit of Valor. We've seen so many Bulldogs today.
We have. It's true.
How impactful it's going to be though.
I'm with you. I kind of like the Bulldog. I think that a lot of people don't super like it, but I personally think that it's an underrated weapon and something that I wish people would pick up a little bit more often. A little more love for the dogs out there.
Yeah, you gotta be a dog lover. You've got to be on board. A Snarl has been and gone for those Bulldogs, and now 50 seconds. The Vandal is going to strike first. The Bulldog strikes back, and that's exactly what you need to see, and that's the impact that a Bulldog can be.
And a 4v4 situation, but so far, considering what Team Artisan has had in their back pocket, that's not too bad considering some of these previous rounds. Peeks around that corner. Bulldog does ring true for Aklios, who gets 2 kills around that pyramid. Beautifully done by Victorum Esports, who advanced to 3-0 against the full rifle buys that happened from Team Artisan, who are now going to have to go onto a 4th round save.
Team Artisan, I think, probably wondering what the heck's going on. Not used to this kind of treatment in the server, especially in how things have gone this month for them.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't even know what to say personally. I feel like I've just watched Team Artisan do so good for so long lately that it is weird to see them so immediately on the back foot. The shots through the smoke do take out Jacket, who is trying to be in a very aggressive position, as Aklios still with the Bulldog. I mean, just, oh, but Demon, whoa, okay. Almost gets that 4th kill as the final remaining member still just has a classic now that those knives are down, trying to reposition and get to a little bit better of an angle. Is going to try and find a gun, but Delicious is looking in the perfect spot. Does change angles. Oh, Delicious, you're really opening up this situation for Demon here, who is on that entry. Will it be good enough for this Jet? As Demon 4 kills, gets that kill onto Mist with the classic, but is just not looking in the correct spot to take out Delicious, who finishes it off for Victorum Esports. Wow, what a tense round and absolutely insane. And that's what we're needing to see from Demon. I mean, maybe not what we're needing to see from Demon. Maybe the problem is that we need to see the rest of Team Artisan wake up, come back onto this playing field and get out there.
You tell him, coach. You tell him, coach. That's exactly what the coach should be telling them. I think in the sense of the morale, right? Even when someone says something like that, that's actually got to be in the team vibe. It isn't just back to the coach to kind of deliver that kind of service. And at this level of play, you're not always going to see coaches here for the teams at GLG. This is sort of sometimes that sort of pre-coach phase where just finding your feet as a roster, finding your feet as a player, and one team, they keep slipping. They keep slipping, and the slip, trips, and falls are continuing. It's 4-0. Big round here. Purchases galore.
Oh, Power Pixel able to spot out one, but does miss narrowly, keeping the team of Artisan safe, who are playing a much further back defensive maneuver than I think I've ever seen Team Artisan go for. Jacket able to get that nice first kill onto Mist. Mist, it will be able to be resurrected though, but Jacket is still watching that angle. Ica able to tag up a little bit of damage, but does retreat upon not getting the final kill. Aklios trying to see if there's an angle to come and get this kill onto Mist, but is not going to be able to trade it out between all of them. 3v3 situation, but it does look like this Sova for Victorum Esports is looking a little bit worse for wear. Trying to meet up with the rest of the team, gets taken out by that grenade from Ica. And now it is just trying to make sure that all of these corners will be good. Shale picks up one, but gets taken out by Smoke, who's trying to be good with those off shots, but gets taken out. 2 members remained in that 2v1 situation who are able to get the better of that Jeb with the operator, and Team Artisan pick up their first win.
Indeed they will. Couldn't come at a better time. First half wins little before the first half of the first half. You've got time to recover. You've got time to switch the mental round, and you've got time to save for some more weapons. That's the struggle. That's the struggle written up for Team Artisan. They've got the willpower to get the round, but do they have the firepower? Barely. A couple of Vandals being considered, and I think that tour de force is being put to the forefront of thoughts of, hey, maybe if I don't buy a rifle, I can use my op instead.
I mean, speaking of ops, you want to play, let's play. That tour de force coming out here for Power Pixel, who is trying to peek around these corners. Does get caught out by that little owl drone, but able to rendezvous to a safe position and not get too much information too easily to the enemy team, as Smoke has Demon's number. I swear half of these rounds have just started off with Smoke being the person to take out Demon, but Shale getting a little bit of revenge there as Delicious does the same thing as well, just trades back and forth, and once again we are 3-2 as each of these teams are just doing such a great job of trading each other out, and Rhythm finally evening the score.
Revealing area.
2-on-2. Could see a double down. 2 rounds consecutive here for Team Artisan. And that's got to be the beginning of a sentence for that comeback tale. Hunter's Fury trying to just flush out anything from that Viper's Pit. Not going to get anything.
Some shock darts to try and do the same thing.
Oh, where'd that shock dart go?
physics and geometry are hard. That was a little bit of a rough situation, but luckily Jacket doesn't need to be good at it. Takes out Acleos, but Power Pixel from downtown with that tour de force and a little bit of HP are actually going to be able to bring it up Victrum Esports. This is so hard because, yeah, sure, the scoreline doesn't look like this is a particularly close game, but it feels like every single time is a fight. They are trading 1-for-1, and all of a sudden it's going to be a 2v2 situation, and it comes so down to the wire. So while it looks like, looking at the scoreline, a close game, you look at the kills and the kill spread along both of these teams, and you can really see that it really isn't as close as the overall scoreline would lead it to be. But in the end, it is those final match points that do lead to the end of the game. So even though the KDAs of these teams are looking pretty even, at the end it has just been Victrum Esports coming out on top every single time. And to start it off, once again, a 1-for-1 trade between Mist and Jacket there.
So well said. It's come down to 1-on-1 so many times, Becky, and there's another frag. More frags coming in from the likes of Team Addison. They do great on the earlies. It's just trying to finish things up, get the mop out and clean things up. That's not going to help. It's a 3-on-3.
3-on-3, and all three members of the defending side are actually at this angle that Mist is watching. Demon tries to peek around that corner, but gets met by Mist. Smoke able to take out Ica by being at the right angle, and Acleos follows up, and all of a sudden is just Demon with a classic, who is not going to be able to get anything done against Smoke here.
Running around like the Mad Hatters. They're absolutely bonkers. Victrum Esports, doesn't really matter what gunfight they come into, and that's exactly why you're going to see Team Addison take a timeout. Even before I saw it as Team Addison's, I assumed, because it's not a comfortable position for them. It's not a normal, organic position for them. As you go off into the distance from the beach, into the trees and the ruins, a breath of fresh air, hopefully, for the likes of Team Addison to kind of gather their thoughts, gather their strategy. What is the comeback ploy here? Like, what are Victrum Esports doing to upset the champs right now?
It's hard because I almost wish that Team Artisan was going for one of the other team compositions that they had picked previously, because this is kind of the problem that I was talking about earlier when we were watching the other complete mirror match between Victrum Esports, is that when you're in a place where you can just be so easily read by your opponents, and Victrum Esports is doing exactly that here. They're being able to read Team Artisan so well because they're playing the team compositions that are exactly the same. You know that Victrum Esports has played the attacking and defensive side of this map with this exact same team comp and knows what the enemies are trying to do. And they're just reading the situation better. Every single time, they're just able to simply be able to be like, oh, you're in this area, and I know that, and I'm going to be able to take advantage of it. And it's just going better for Victrum Esports in this place. And I wish Team Artisan maybe would have brought one of their spicier team compositions as a result of that, because then maybe they'd have been able to take Victrum Esports kind of off their game a little bit, or at least taken them by surprise, or been able to bring some utility that Victrum Esports weren't prepared for. And I think if they can somehow do that with this same team composition and something like we're seeing right now, there's certainly possibility for that, because with how spread out they are right now, we might be seeing exactly that happen.
Hunter's Fury. Just for clarification, that one. I do believe coming in from the attackers, and that's an attacking move. That's Initiator doing what Initiator should. Gets the first blood.
Oh, and Smoke to pick up a second one again. Smoke just has Demon's number. It's hard to get anything done. A nice shot and dash away there from Smoke once again. Shale trying to at least take somebody down, and does actually finish getting that kill onto Smoke. Has a lot of HP, and if Shale can isolate enough 1v1 here, could get something, but Delicious, right place, right time, finishes it off.
Dear me. I'm trying to find something here for Team Addison. They get picks, they get early round first bloods, they're just having difficulty. I think trying to kind of put those last portions of the round together. And that is the most difficult part of Valorant. It's easy enough to get a pick, it's easy enough to get a frag, but turning that into a progressive round, completely different event. I think the problem from what I'm seeing right now between the two teams, for Team Artisan, I think there's been some VOD reviews from Victorum Esports. Perhaps been having a look and seeing what these past performances have offered, what they have prevailed in, and they're completely counter-stratting it right now. This push-up pulse, this is like a crux to the likes of Team Artisan right now.
Yeah, and we see Team Artisan actually kind of taking that exact same thought process. I believe that this is because it's a save round, so I wish that they would try for something like this kind of full 5-player strategy while being fully on better guns. But so far, so good as Jacket picks up this first kill. Ika gonna go ahead and pop that ultimate from this KO and Spearhead for the team. Does get that initial kill onto Smoke and smell out where that operator is, as Rhythm able to get that kill onto Smoke is very good for the rest of the team to get onto site. If only Power Pixel didn't also have an operator to boot. Gonna hopefully get some nice
up down.
Ooh, as Akleos gets 2 kills there. Nice.
That
2
fragment.
headshots missed. The only one remaining. The bomb ticking so quickly though. Shale trying to get that final kill around there. Everyone goes down, and this is exactly what I'm saying. Every single one of these rounds is so close, and Team Artisan is on the precipice of making this a game where they're able to bring it back, but they just are not quite able to stem the bleeding here.
No, they're not. They've got the paramedic on site. The paramedics try and do the CPR. The paramedics try to just get in there with the defib, and they're able to resuscitate, but they're just not able to get into the full stride of things. And we've seen recoveries. We've seen rotations. They've tried everything. They've tried everything within their strat book, and they look exhausted right now from trying different counterplays. They've played retakes. They've played hard holds. It's one of those moments where you just got to play for your aim. You've just got to try and win your aim duels and get something in your direction. Holes isn't being watched again. In fact, I take it all back. Shell adapts, trying to overcome, and it's going to hold these mid doors. I like this.
Yeah, I think that this is what we've been needing to see for a little while, because they've lost a lot of equity from taking this hallway and just letting the side of Victorum Esports just run into it time and time again and get it from an angle that they are just not prepared for.
Ultimates, about to mention it. Advantage, not just in rounds. Or first blood and the null command as well. Just run it down, just run it through, and sees a player, knocks down 1 or 2. He's down to the 2-on-2. Unless this KO can get rezzed.
Oh, Ika knows where Smoke is, and unfortunately pulls out a knife of his own and is not in a good position to handle the knives that are coming out from that jet. But Demon able to hold it down a little bit for a moment. Team Artisan have a numbers advantage, but Smoke has the knives, has a Vandal, and is just trying to see if there's a place where he can get some advantage. Jumps up high, able to take down Ika, but Demon finishes it up, finally getting some vengeance for all those first bloods on previous rounds.
That's a double up too, from 1 round to 2. Doesn't seem like much. Technically, it's 1 round, but it's a lot for them. That is so much for them. And that could open the door to maybe an 8-4 half. Saying that, the buy, that Tour de Force does supplement a rifle. That is a bonus, as you mentioned earlier, of having Chamber on your side. And that is going to be exactly what they're going to do. Both teams looking to do something of the sort.
You want to play? Let's play.
Ooh, Tour de Force starting off for Power Pixel here, who is going to be watching some of these long angles through mid while the rest of the team pushes up onto this A site. First blood was good for Smoke once again, who is just doing a great job in this duelist role and just doing some great things. Viper's Pit does start to come down, and nicely able to pick off Smoke there. Is going to be a good kill to start it off, but they do still have to get through this Viper's Pit as Demon goes for a reposition here.
Tour de Force. Just touring that bullet right through the chest of the opponent. 3-on-2. Oh, still in the hands here.
Oh, Demon.
Demon. We've seen Demon do these crazy things before. Oh my goodness, so close, but yet so far.
It's so hard to when we're on the casting desk and we can see all the silhouettes of everybody and we know where they are, and Demon is just saying it's gonna be too much. I'm holding on to this credit score. I'm gonna go ahead and keep this operator, let this round fall once again, and Aklios does go down, so maybe not the worst, but still certainly not the best, as a lot of round wins in a row means that, if for some reason Aklios couldn't buy, probably a few friends, especially missed at the bottom of the board there, who should be able to buy up and make sure that everyone has a gun for the rest of the team.
The last opportunity. One final kick at the can. At least for this beginning side, right? You've got that one last side in this best of 1 for your grand final. These gamers going toe to toe.
All right, Bladestorm did come out, and Shale to start it off with a kill onto Power Pixel there. Nicely being able to get a step back. Does get very revealed, but revealed in a safe spot, so nonetheless okay. Hunter's Fury coming out for the defensive side as well from Rhythm here, who finds Smoke. That's big to Demon as well with 2 kills from a downtown. Mist goes for a swing around and a flawless round actually for Team Artisan to end this first half. They are down by 6 points, but at a flawless round, maybe they were just playing with Victorum Esports.
Yeah, they look very in control, and we haven't seen that team the entire half. All of a sudden, boom, there they are, they're present. It's like when there's a kid in class and at the back of the classroom not answering, and Becky and you're here, and just Cuppa doesn't answer. All of a sudden here, and that's Team Artisan right now. They put both their hands up. They're ready to check themselves into the game. We're ready, coach.
I hope they are, because now they are on the attacking side. So they've got to be figuring out. I mean, if I've learned anything from watching Team Artisan over the last few weeks, it is that they have an extremely aggressive strategy, and against a lot of teams that aren't prepared for it, they're able to throw that around and do great things with it. However, it seems like Victorum Esports came very prepared for the aggression that was being brought out, and I mean, are being just as aggressive right back, as we can see the 2 members in that Jet and Chamber in that midsection. Demon missing onto Smoke is just a huge shame, as Smoke picks up 2 kills to stop Victorum Esports off on their defensive side strong. Oh, 2 members from Team Artisan remaining. Rhythm gonna take this ultimate orb as a nice little consolation prize, and we'll see if Rhythm and Jacket can figure anything out. That sounds like a band name, Rhythm and Jacket.
It does. You know what? It sounds like a song name or a band name.
It's a Fall Out Boy song, if anything. It makes no sense, but
but it's got a great title. It makes you want to listen.
Yeah. It makes you, it's provocative. It gets the people going. All right. Recon Dart getting ready to go as Jacket opens up this door, trying to get some information, going for those shock darts into the corners, tries to peek around to follow it up, but missed. Sitting, waiting, wishing. Smoke with a nice 3K to start it off. Double digits to Victorum Esports, who have now got a lot of credits in their pockets and are going to be able to buy up those Spectres, and the Marshal is the choice of weapon for Smoke here.
Yeah, not hurting for money. 2 sheriffs and a marshal being thought about. An option for Team Artisan. And in fact, 3 sheriffs. So they really want to try and get a couple of frags and hurt the Econ if they can.
Mm-hmm.
If they did as well, that removes a Spectre. A couple of players down to 0 creds with the Spectre bite for Victorum Esports. A little bit of bloodshed for that last round. The impact is being affected here. And, being felt, and the effects being felt. I completely lost that sentence. Just ran away from me.
Happens to all of us. Everyone, especially when you're like in the thick of it, trying to like decipher what has happened for rounds and rounds. Every once in a while, you just get completely lost in what you were talking about. And ultimately, that was a rough situation for Shale to be in. Got really aggressive and hoped that Smoke didn't anticipate that aggression and maybe did one of those little pesky jet dashes away, but Smoke was ready and waiting and continues to hold this same angle with this Marshall.
Pixel has the weaponry. The Soverdot might clear them though. The Soverdot is going to go for the clear. The op, oh, excuse me, the Marshall treating like an op. He's going to be inflicted so much fear. And whoa, it's over. Oh dear, oh dear. The Marshall hitting home. You've talked about Smoke's impact. You talked about Smoke's precision. I've seen nothing but excellence with that Marshall today.
Which is absolutely wild because we just watched Victor Esports play. Yes, we just watched them. I feel like was not seeing Smoke be so decisively strong in the last game compared to now. Like, it felt like everyone on the side of Victor Esports was like all doing pretty equal. And maybe that's like a different strength between the enemy team that they're now playing against. But all of a sudden, Smoke is just an absolute menace and being insane for Victor Esports.
Right here.
We have, I think Smoke's been just saving the smoke bomb for the grand final, just trying to save the element of surprise. Talking about surprise, Acleus has a great angle with the one way of the all, but not going to come to fruition, not going to get that frag in addition, and that's 5 versus 4.
Yeah, this was an interesting defensive strategy from Victor Esports, who completely changed it up and got really aggressive, pushing out S3 on the A site. Luckily for Team Artisan, they were going towards that B site, and a bit of flash there as well to distract Smoke with those blades. Does mean that Jacket and Demon holding it down, taking down members of Victor Esports. Delicious hiding in this corner, maybe just gonna wait it out here. Oh, the jig is up.
The ping. There's the ping. And ding ding. I think the round's over. Tap out. KO. It's over. 5 players are going to remain with their lives in hand, with their rifles in hand too. That's a flawless for Team Artisan. Are we going to see
9-3 curse?
The flurry of energy. Exactly. The comeback. Is it in them?
I mean, if it's in anyone, it is certainly in Team Artisan, who are defending their crown. I mean, nothing is going to make you fight for something like already having a claim to it the way that Team Artisan have this week on the Pit of Valor. So Victor Esports going to have to really not start sleeping just yet. A lot of points ahead doesn't equate to a victory, and Team Artisan are certainly going to be trying to come in strong and bring some points back onto their side of the board.
Let the tug of war begin. Hasn't been too much resistance from Team Artisan. It's almost like they've just been letting the rope go, letting them take it as much as they like, and now they're starting to pull back. Advantage already. First blood to Team Artisan, evened out for the 4 versus 4.
Yeah, Mist coming out from that direction is certainly catching Demon a little bit off guard, who is in a rough place to be watching all of these angles, but thankfully Rhythm got Demon's back a little bit there and is going to get this bomb down, but is in a rough spot, and coming around one of these corners could spell disaster as Smoke is watching closely. Demon at least make it a little bit easier by cleaning up Mist there, and thankfully Rhythm peeking at the exact right moment to make sure that Smoke goes down as well.
3-on-1, and yeah, it's over. Over and out. I think they're about to get some frags now. They're convinced that, you know, yeah, we gave him some rounds. We gave him some false hope, the false pretense. It's time to check in. Different team, completely different team with his second half.
So far, it is seeming to be that way. And with Victor Esports on a little bit of a save, it looks like some of them are thinking about force buying up, but it looks like they're still saving it up for the next round. It looks like they're saying, all right, we can give you a few, but we're still looking to close out this game. So a save round for this one and hoping to buy up into some big guns. And it looked like Smoke was going to go for an operator in the next one with a sheriff buy into
That's a one tap.
Missed. Saying, you know what, Demon, if you're going to be a demon for your team, I don't want that to happen. Let's just go ahead and say, no, thank you.
Seeing some interesting plays as well. The weapon juggling, just trying to get that Vandal out of elbow so it can't be recovered by any of the players. Smart plays by Team Artisan, trying to savor the few rounds they have for a little bit longer. Savor the taste.
Ooh, a lot of Viper utility here from Aklios, keeping out a lot of onslaught from the attacking side of Team Artisan, taking them down with a Marshall as
a Marshall
well.
again.
Two Rhythm and Ica fall to the
Another
make
one.
it Shale as well. Aklios, I mean, maybe just don't come to this A site. This Viper is a nasty and a thrifty round from Victorum Esports is what brings them to match point.
Match point.
I'm almost speechless at how many nasty, sick, nasty shots we have seen from a Marshall today. I love it. I absolutely love it. So much has changed since the last time I was at GLG, not just with regards to the LAN center itself being built, but just the skill. It takes so much skill to hit those headshots with the Marshall. It's so difficult.
Yeah, it's... I mean, as somebody who can't use a Marshall to save their life, granted, I am in, like... basically trash tier compared to these players. I can't even imagine being in a place where you hit any of these shots as smoke starts off. I mean, just absolute first blood menace, and certainly holding down the fort a lot for Victorum Esports, but that's got to feel pretty good as Rhythm actually gets that trade back on to Smoke. And now a 4v4 situation with the big top frag down for Victorum Esports. It is now up to Demon to hopefully be the demon that he needs to be for the side of Team Artisan.
So close. That's so unfortunate. Tried to clear the corner, but it was too late. Already caught mid-updraft, and a bit of a split going on too. It's 4 versus 3, under a minute for Team Artisan to see. You've got to be honest with yourself here. This is not looking good. And I don't know if they're going to have the escape rope to get out of this.
It looks like with the time that is left on the clock and how this has started to go, they're going to commit what utility that they have to this A site and just decide to go for it. Peeking around these corners, Rhythm to follow up. Starting off with this flashbang, do get a lot of blinds off and a kill onto Jacket. Power Pixel though, finishing it off. A beautiful showing from Victorum Esports, taking out Team Artisan. Apollo is not here with us.
Apollo?
He's very sad that Team Artisan were taken down. He was with me, a big Team Artisan fan, but an absolute beautiful and decisive showing from Victorum Esports do show that Team Artisan can be taken down, as we just saw.
The champs have fallen. How the mighty have fallen. And yeah, that is exactly why Apollo said, I'm taking off this jersey for the time being, because the Team Artisan swag have been invested in and sadly not able to step it up today. Victorum Esports, though, you've got to give them that pat on the back. You've got to give them that salute because they earned that today. They have been grinding through, and to take out a reigning champion, that's such a good feeling. And a repeat reigning champion, that is even better. What a performance.
And I feel like now we have to see Victorum Esports go register into our Val and Chill Saturday event. I mean, if Artisan last week went Pit of Valor into Val and Chill and took a crown home for both of them in 1 week, I mean, Victorum Esports, you gotta work to get those same crowns, same accolades, and then come back, and I want to see you two duke it out all over again.
The rematch.
That's what I want to see.
Same time, same place at the Pit of Valor. That's our requests. What are your requests? Hopefully for yourself to be into next week's show. If you've got any interest in joining GOG, now is the time. And we can give you some info exactly how to get involved with something that Becky did mention with the Val and Chill. The Val and Chill is something that's new coming to GOG. And if you fancy yourself, maybe not so much of the serious games in the Pit of Valor, like, this is cool, but I want to just get my toes wet and try something out. Val and Chill is happening on Saturdays at 6 p.m. ET, and you yourself can get in there with a free entry. $50 prize pool as well. So a smaller prize pool, a little less stakes, but that gives you more of a chance to make some mistakes, have some fun, and get it done here with GLG. So if that's your jam, please give that a look at, because it's well worth the go. I think that's actually something I might give a go. From caster to player, maybe this could be my journey.
I mean, I would love to see it. I mean, that's the next documentary that I'm watching on Netflix. I mean, you gave me some Netflix show recommendations while we were at the break, but I want the next one to be the show of Cuppa Frag from caster to player. The rise.
you could be the producer if it gets there, and I get beyond GLG. Okay.
Please. Okay, sounds good.
Sorted.
But as these tournaments are free to play, they do fill up quite fast. We only allow 64 teams, and we usually have around 100 teams registered. So if you're interested in making sure that your team is in it to win it, if you are a Team Artisan or a Team Victorum who is coming with the essence of just victory in your veins, you should look into a GLG Country Club membership. It is $10 a month, and it allows for premium entry into all of the GLG events, so you can make sure that your team is in the tournament and has a chance at that $50 prize pool. And you know, we just love seeing a little bit of love from these teams, and we love giving a little bit of love back. So make sure that if you're interested in that, you check out the GLG Country Club membership. And you know, if you're just interested in learning some more about GLG ourselves, ! Discord or ! Twitter in the chat to be able to learn all about the wonderful people, myself, Cup of Frag, and everyone else on the production side, Carol and Fade, who are producer and observer for today. Thank them so much for the wonderful work that they did tonight, and the work that they did to put my sweet dog on camera, who decided that he just started to get a little camera shy. It happens to the best of us. So
he threw in the puppy tail, didn't he?
He did. He was like, "Oh, Mom, I'm tired of being used for views. I'm gonna go lay on the couch now."
It's okay. And I think it was just the right time for it as well, just as the match was going to be wrapped up. So from me, that is going to be it once more. Congratulations, humongous congratulations, Victoria Esports, taking out the champ of existence for the Pit of Valor and putting that crown, the GLG crown, on their own head instead. Becky, any closing statements, final words from you?
Again, same time, same place next week. Both these teams, you better show up or I'm going to be disappointed.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Juby and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can't. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing opponent picking up from garage, could move to position, but the second opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kids falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short, strike to J, gets a triple, but get a quadra, and
shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.